Good morning. Dr. Thomason, would you please call to order our meeting? I'm sorry, roll call. It's already a day.
President Kaler, members of the board, please let the record show we have all 5 board members present today.
Thank you so much. And I thank everybody that's here today on their Saturday morning. I appreciate you all. We're going to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Request to speak. We value input from our constituents. This time has been set aside for anyone from the audience who wishes to address the board. Please remember that this is not an appropriate venue to evaluate, discuss, or criticize district personnel. Policy KEB provides a process for complaints about personnel. Speakers should be aware that the false statements about individuals may result in civil liability. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. I've asked Dr. Thomason this morning to go ahead and read all the comments that we did receive via online. And also, I just want to state that all of us up here have received numerous emails over the past week. We have read every word. Whether we were able to respond to every single email, I apologize. I personally am not, but we're trying. So again, thank you for reaching out, community. And Dr. Thomason, I'll hand it over to you.
President Kaler, members of the board, we do have 27 comments that I will be reading today. I'll read them exactly as written and sent to us. Okay. The first one, Aubrey Fulmer, students at Cortina, Sossaman Middle School, and Higley High School. We just moved here a few weeks ago from out of state, and my kids need normal in-person school to start ASAP. There is no way to meet friends and feel comfortable in a new place without it. This move has been extremely hard for this reason. We need normalcy, and that means productive, normal school routines. Delaying it is not healthy. These children need this structure and to regain confidence again. Next one, Shelley Naylor, children at Cortina, Sossaman, and Higley High School. The children need to be back in person learning ASAP. This is vital for their mental and physical health. Being home in front of the computer screen is not healthy for them. They need the interaction of other students and teachers. They deserve the right to a good education and not dependent on a little instruction given over a live teaching session and having to navigate their way through a computer program to get their work done. Children already have too much screen time in their lives without schooling being in front of a screen. Please let these children go back to in-person learning now so they have a chance at actually learning and being mentally stronger. Rebecca Sheaver, children at Higley, Sossaman, and Cortina. I would like to speak and ask on my behalf of my 5 children that you please let them go back to school. They have been struggling with the distance learning program, and some of their teachers have been struggling as well. Please let teachers, staff, and children choose. Rachel Schweitzer, children at Santan Elementary and Sossaman Middle School. Dear Ms. Kaler, I don't know how much of a voice you have in reopening schools, but it has been more than I have as a parent. We are in day 5 of remote learning, and it has been disappointing, depressing, and overwhelming. I know everyone in authority seems to be saying it isn't safe to open schools. Please do the research for yourself. It isn't safe to keep them closed. The CDC is saying it isn't safe to keep them closed. We want a choice for in-person school for teachers and students. Please be a voice for my children. I have a child in 7th grade at Sossaman who hates school now and cries that everything she loves has been taken away. She excelled in every subject before school closed. I have a child in 5th grade at Santana Elementary who is anxious and has a panic attack every day over computer work. She has gained 10 pounds since being home, and we are already concerned about her health, her activity, and stress eating. It has gotten worse. I have a 2nd grader in Spanish immersion who is missing her friends and teachers and acting out aggressively toward her siblings. She loved school before it closed, and remote learning is not working. I have a kindergartner whom we call our sunshine girl because she is always so happy and bouncy, and I can see the light draining out of her. She is so excited to start school, and she feels cheated and disappointed. She's not getting the socialization that is so critical in kindergarten. And lastly, I have a 2-year-old who perhaps is being cheated the most because I cannot sit with her and play like I used to. Disney Junior is taking my place as I scurry around between my 4 student children, helping them with computer program issues and following lengthy steps to turn in an assignment. It is overwhelming, exhausting, and demoralizing. I have had to put my career as a real estate agent on pause because now I am unpaid, full-time technical and emotional support person who can't even do that well because I care for a 2-year-old at the same time. We are drowning. We want our happy kids back. We don't want to give up on public school, but this is asking too much. Please, please be our voice. Rebecca Schweitzer, mother of 5. Cher Cardona, children at Sossaman and Higley High School. Our kids need to get back in school. Being out of school this long as now online is having a devastating effect on my children. My oldest is a junior at Higley High School and involved in band this year. You can't have band class and not meet in person. It just can't happen. He's losing out on the experience and losing the benefits of that music has for their brain development. He is also taking higher level classes and needs to be in class with an instructor so he gets the full learning experience he can't get online. Our middle daughter is an 8th grader at Sossaman Middle School. She is very much an extrovert. She thrives on being around people and being social. She can also be by herself for small amounts of time, but she needs human interaction. She is in accelerated classes. She is in drama. She's involved in many things. She needs to be in the classroom. She cannot keep doing these online classes and staying home away from people. She is trying to keep it together. She has never had an anxiety or depression issue. Since being out of school, she has become anxious enough to need a counselor. She is now being treated for depression also. She can't cope with everything being online. We are slowly losing her. Her personality is changing. Our youngest daughter is in 7th grade at Sossaman. She is a bit quieter than her sister, so initially staying home was not a bad thing for her social aspect. But the scholastic repercussions have been huge. She basically failed her last semester in elementary. Being online didn't help that at all. She has an IEP, and she needs to be in the classroom with teachers that will assist her where it's needed. She does not engage online, and I need to stress not. She shuts down if she can't be in the classroom. She doesn't have anything to help keep her focused and keep her ADHD manageable. There is not enough structure to keep her interested and engaged. She must be in the classroom. That's it. She has to be. I feel like we are already setting her up to fail. The teachers are great. They are doing the best they can, but they are not going to be able to help my child through a computer screen. Last year, she was just starting to get her confidence up and participate in class, and now she's going to have to start all over and try to get some of that back. Please, please, please have the option to go back to school for those of us who want school. If someone wants to stay online, then let them have that option, but do not withhold in-person school from us that so desperately need it. Connie Webb, children at Santana Elementary. Our special needs kids need to be back in school. Online learning is not effective for a child with special needs who is unable to navigate it on his own, unable to learn anything from 30 minutes of screen time. On top of that, their speech services have been cut down to 10 minutes per child per week, which is a waste of everyone's time. IEPs are not being followed, which are legal documents that you are ignoring. Our kids need to go back to school, but in particular, special needs kids need to be back in school because they need services they are legally entitled to. Sarah Launder, children at Cortina. I just wanted to make sure I was able to express my desire for kids to be in school, in person, as soon as possible. Online learning is proving to be a subpar option for elementary children. I had to pull my kindergartner out of public school and find an alternative. If we go past the 17th of August, I will be moving my second grader as well. I would also like to request parents being able to be present at the next board meeting. Thank you for your hard work. I know these decisions aren't easy. Christina Klontz, children at Cortina and Higley High School. It is absolutely imperative that our children have the option, if they so choose, to have in-person learning. Multiple experts have been consulted and asked about whether it is safe for children to return back to school. The consensus across the board has been yes. Jonathan Apodaca, Cortina, Sossaman, and Higley High. Schools have the ability to safely reopen. Hannah Johnson, Williamsfield High School. I would like to advocate for our children to be in school face-to-face. Please listen to the 100 of professionals that have advocated for the mental health and development of our children and the need for interaction and some normalcy to return to their lives. I can tell you the number of suicide attempts and sadly success have skyrocketed during the last few months, and now it's terrifying to see actual damage and loss of life happening with these children and healthy young adults because their entire lives have been ripped away from them. Quidera Walker, Williamsfield High School. I wanted to offer solutions for the absence of physical education for our students. Physical education solutions. Brooke Bushman, students at Cortina. Parents who want their children to participate in remote learning have been given that option. Please give an option for in-person education for my children. For our family, online learning will not be sustainable long-term. I have 4 children, 1 preschool age and 3 enrolled at Cortina Elementary. None of my children are proficient at using computers. My 6th grader has ADHD and will likely need a 504 plan in place sometime this year. He has 5 different teachers this year and struggles with staying focused during online learning. I have to click through each teacher's Canvas page to check for assignments daily to make sure he hasn't missed anything. My 3rd grader has Down syndrome. I must be present with her all the time online learning sessions. She is bored with watching her teacher on the computer. I can barely get her to sit for 20 minutes. I'm very concerned with her regression in reading and math since March. Also concerning is the lag in therapy services. She doesn't get as much out of speech therapy sessions online as she would in person. My 2nd grader is getting better using Canvas, but still struggles. He is often left to fend for himself while I attend to my 2 older children's needs. A 2nd grader shouldn't be expected to navigate Canvas on his own. I feel a lot of guilt that this child is on his own and simply because his siblings need extra help. All 3 of my kids' schedules overlap. I am running from room to room, computer to computer, all morning trying to make sure each child is on the right meeting and no one is having technical issues, all while trying to keep my 4-year-old busy and quiet. The first week of school was incredibly stressful, and I'm a stay-at-home mother. I can't imagine the stress of parents who both work or who are single parents. This mode of learning will not be sustainable for our family. Please allow families to continue to send their children back to school in person. Nicole Camp, children at Cooley and Chaparral. Since no one is happy about the online option with Florida Virtual, how about the district follows what Combs District is doing? You can broadcast classes live and stay at home kids when schools open. This will greatly reduce the stress parents and kids are feeling about changing teachers and classes again, and kids won't have to lose their electives or accelerated courses if they decide to stay at home. The kids need consistency. Also, if schools have to close again because of COVID, then the kids can keep the same classes and do them virtually again. Your online option is less than satisfactory at this point. Kids need consistency. My kids will be heartbroken if they have to change teachers or lose classes. Kathleen Richards, student at Higley Traditional Academy. The current plan of placing all students with remote learning requests once buildings open for instruction requires removing students from their current learning environments based in their schools and putting them in the global academy. The stress this creates for students on a social-emotional level makes this absolutely unacceptable. Additionally, the Florida Virtual Learning that provides the online content for the Global Academy is not up to par with several schools and their curriculums, including our homeschool, Higley Traditional Academy. The majority of FVL content does not allow for student-teacher live lessons and does not involve peer-to-peer interaction. The idea of self-guided learning for a kinder or lower elementary student is not a viable concept. The board has stated that there will be a seamless transition available for families and students from remote to in-person learning, but there is no way for this to be accomplished if these children are behind in their curriculum. There is no reason for this transition to be required, and I encourage the district and the board to look at education needs from school to school and set up measures that allow remote learning to continue as it was started on 7/27. By not implementing FVL curriculum when the year began, the district effectively limited this as a viable option for our students. The lack of transparency with enrolled families with regards to this plan will, I fear, ultimately result in many families deciding to enroll their children in options that remove them from the Higley Unified School District. If that happens, the funding impacts will be long-lasting. As soon as a student leaves the district, it is very hard to bring them back. You cannot pull the rug out from under parents and students and expect them to roll with it. With all this in mind, the district has several options. Delay opening until the end of the first quarter. This allows the district and school leadership teams to further develop a viable option for remote learning while monitoring the health and public safety issues. If opening immediately is found to be safe and necessary, then it is the job of the district to continue the remote option that has already begun. Katrina Deviney, children at Bridges. We have been part of the Higley School District since my son was in kindergarten. He is now in 6th grade and attends Bridges Elementary School and loves it there. The first thing I need to know is that my son is a differentiated learner. He has a very high IQ and ADHD and ODD and sensory integration disorder, which all leads to high levels of anxiety. My son needs structure and challenge in his life daily. The quarantine of the schools being closed have been very detrimental to my son's overall well-being and mental health. The second thing you need to know is that my son also had COVID in December. He was sick from Thanksgiving until the first week of January with a cough, off and on, fever and body aches. He only missed a few days of school. He continued to play baseball and soccer during the time as well. I want you to hear this because he went to school and exposed this virus to everyone he was in contact with for an entire month, and there was no catastrophe. We nor his doctor had any idea what it was at that time, but my son now carries the antibodies, and my husband and I do not. It is far more harmful for my son not be allowed to go to school. Please give us a choice. Thank you for your time and consideration. Lisa Cotton, children at Higley Traditional Academy. I'm at a loss for words. If children can be on campus with janitorial staff, support staff, etc., why are teachers exempt from this? Returning to school is not the only risk of COVID. It is not going anywhere. How long do we feel it is acceptable to continue this online learning? How long to expect kids to tolerate isolation and lack of social and emotional interaction? How is any length of time acceptable? Every other aspect of the workforce has returned, accepting their responsibilities and the inherited risks. Why are teacher and school staff exempt from this? Please do not delay in-person learning past August 17th. The parents and students need a choice. Long one. I'm going to take a drink. Jennifer Blass, children at Higley and Sossaman. I am requesting HUSD extend the current virtual model of learning for at least the first semester, and ideally to offer this through the entire 2020-2021 school year. To show support for this, I have created a petition online to indicate how many parents fill in a similar manner, as well as to list our specific concerns. Please view the petition at www.change.org/HUSD online learning. The petition reads as follows. I am writing to request the Higley Unified School District continue the current virtual learning model for the 2021 school year, as well as to express our concerns with the different models. This document focuses only on the methodology of off-campus learning. This is not intended to address the decision to return to campus for the students who wish to. For the purposes of this document, in-person refers to the regular on-campus learning. Online only refers to online learning with Florida Virtual Academy curriculum. And virtual refers to the current learning being offered as we begin the school year. We appreciate the Higley Unified School District is doing as much as they can to support families and students, making meals available at schools and bus stops, distributing technology to facilitate online learning, keeping us updated as best as you can, and more. The outreach, communication, and concern coming from our individual schools and teachers has been wonderful. The combination of live online meetings and independent learning is working well for my students. I would like to see the current model continue or be the base for our online learning model for the 2021 school year. Our current model allows instruction and live feedback from the students, teachers. Our current model is workable balance of live and independent learning. Can we not use the purchased online curriculum to supplement rather than to replace this model? There is a variety of reasons that families have for not wanting to send their students back to campus, whether out of concern for the health of their own students or their at-risk family at home, of the teachers and staff, or other reasons. Many parents do not wish to send their students back to campus. Some of the many concerns that parents would like HUSD leadership to hear are listed below. Disruptions in consistency in learning. Many parents are concerned with the disruption of online campus learning that will occur when quarantines are necessary. If our students return to campus but must then quarantine, how will their learning continue? If they must quarantine due to exposure in the first period class, will the other classes offer online support? How will the logistics of that work? Are there adequate substitute teachers available to support in-person classes? Emotional impact of multiple transitions. How many different learning environments will students have to adjust to during transition? From our current model back to virtual in case of quarantine or shutdown, teachers' reassignments for online versus virtual versus in-person learning, etc. HUSD has stated that students may transition back to the in-person learning at the beginning of each quarter. How will that work if they have had to change the courses being taken? For example, would a student be allowed to rejoin an AP blend class or another class not offered online if they begin this year? For students who need to change from in-person to online midway through the year, many of the same concerns apply. Do they get half credit for this coursework completed in person but not offered online, especially if the course is a full-year course? How will absences from in-person schooling be handled? Will current guidelines of no more than blank absences be updated? High school. The classes offered online will not allow students to take full course load. Will additional classes be offered later to allow students to catch up? They may lose progress towards their graduation as well as lose the opportunity to graduate with various seals. Are any details available regarding allowing students on campus to take elective courses that are unavailable online, reducing the exposure risks? What options are available for dual enrollment as an online student? Are students allowed to take any CGCC online course for HUSD credit? Middle school, will the online Spanish still count for high school credit, algebra, and geometry? How will distancing work during the passing periods and during lunch? Elementary school, curriculum consistency for students in special programs such as HTA or HPAL online only offerings do not meet their needs. Continue their programs. How do they continue learning new material? Adapting to changing teachers, losing interaction with classmates will be the hardest for our youngest learners. Our current learning method allows social interaction with both teachers and fellow students, which we feel is important for students' mental health and development. Teacher and staff concerns. Teachers are already asked to do so many things, asking them to be the primary protection of children's health is a concern. Will class time be used to clean surfaces for students and wash hands? How will teachers' sick leave policy be updated to allow for mandated quarantines? Will they be financially penalized? Should they be required to quarantine or become ill? What if multiple teachers in a department are absent at the same time? Do we have qualified substitutes to keep classes on pace if teachers are required to quarantine off campus 10 to 14 days? We support teachers who wish to continue teaching via our current model, as it allows them to teach our children without compromising their health or their students. Faculty concerns. Facility concerns. How will distancing work during lunch? Are the facilities still available for rent to outside groups? What cleaning, disinfecting is done after the rental before students and staff are in the buildings again? How will disinfecting or distancing be possible on school buses? What are the protocols for notification when students have a test positive? How will contact tracing be done and communicated within Higley Unified School District? We recognize that many parents are selecting to send their students back to campus. That is a long-term goal for most families. With the current offerings, families are feeling forced to choose between educational projects and student health and safety. If the current Canvas-based virtual education model were not to continue to be offered, many families would choose to continue their students' learning without disruption. Many families are happy with the online-only model that will be offered once campus reopens, specifically because it loses the live instruction and social and academic interaction. In addition, the loss of courses available for online only is a great concern, especially for older students. We urge the leadership of the Higley Unified School District to continue offering the current educational model throughout the school year or for as long as any online learning is offered. Thank you. Katie Wolfenden, children at Cortina Elementary. To all those who are making critical decisions concerning our children and their education, I would ask that you seriously consider the following concerns and how their education affects them mentally, socially, and physically. First, screen time. There have been countless studies as well as pediatrician and psychologist recommendations to limit the use of screens and technology. The long-term effects on children, especially under the age of 12, is damaging mentally and emotionally. The current solution to have our kids sit in front of a computer all day is beyond unhealthy. Addiction to technology and screens is a huge problem in our society, and online education being forced will greatly exacerbate the problem. Second, internet exposure. It is close to impossible to keep our kids safe online. Now we are throwing thousands of kids on computers for numerous hours and drastically increasing the risk of exposing them to pornography, online predators, and countless inappropriate and damaging content that they should never witness. Between parents working and trying to help multiple children, there is no way that kids will have someone monitoring them every second they are on the computer. We have to keep our children safe, and prolonged time spent online is anything but safe. Third, Anxiety, depression, suicide. Mental illness is a huge concern because of this pandemic. Having kids isolated, no physical contact, no real emotional connection to friends and teachers is incredibly detrimental to their mental and emotional well-being. Suicide in youth has already skyrocketed over the past decade, and those numbers will trajectorily be astronomically higher if kids don't get back to in-person, and due to their social isolation, their anxiety and depression take over. Fourth, at-risk children. The homes where these kids are at risk of neglect and abuse is no place for kids to be. Combine the normal stresses that trigger abuse and the current pandemic situation, and abuse cases have drastically increased since this all started 5 months ago. We need to protect our children in these situations, and often teachers are the greatest chance of coping and escaping these situations. I won't even go into detail about how much less effective online school is as far as our kids getting an education. I think that is obvious, but honestly, the above concerns are much greater, and children's lives can be ruined or even lost if we don't take these concerns and factor them in. Yes, COVID is real, but these other factors are just as real and can be far more damaging to their mental health. The current online situation is not sustainable, nor is it mentally or emotionally healthy for my kids. If school isn't resuming in person on August 17th, I have already informed the principal that my 3 kids at Cortina Elementary School will be withdrawn from the public school system. This has nothing to do with Cortina's teachers. I applaud them for their efforts right now, but I have to do what is best and put my kids in health and education first. We are so grateful for our healthcare workers and all those on the front lines right now. Where are our teachers, principals, and superintendents that are willing to stand on the front lines on behalf of our children? Please take a stand for our children and fight for their mental and emotional well-being. Please advocate for in-person as well as provide an online option for the most vulnerable. Please make it possible to find a way to get them back in school immediately. Respectfully, Katie Wolfenden. Jennifer Czar, students at Santan and Sossaman. Dear HUSD board members, Superintendent Thomason and Associate Superintendent Foley, thank you for taking the time to listen to the concerns from the community and share them at the board meeting. During these challenging times, I have learned the importance of voicing my concerns and have 2 concerns that I would like to share with you. First, I urge you to follow the recommendations of both the Maricopa County Department of Health and Arizona Department of Health Services and not open schools until the metrics have been provided on August 6, 2020, and they have been met. In 2019, there was a measles outbreak, which thankfully did not hit Higley community hard. However, I have no doubt that if it had, you would have followed any of the recommendations from the Maricopa and Arizona health departments for closing schools. This is no different. The Maricopa and Arizona health departments have provided clear guidelines for when schools can reopen safely, and we are not there yet. Opening before the metrics have been met would be irresponsible. Sorry, getting dry. Second, as Mr. Motovich mentioned during the board meeting on July 29th, one of his concerns is retaining wonderful, professional, and dedicated staff in the Higley Unified School District. I recently learned that 2 paraprofessionals in the district are being told they must come to work in the on-site learning options for children who need a place to go on August 17th. They have been told if they do not, they will have to resign. Many of these paraprofessionals have children of their own who, if they must work the on-site learning options, will have to bring their own children who they are trying to keep safe with them. Why, as a district, are we asking them to risk the health and safety of their own children for someone else's child? Is there another option for providing work for our paraprofessionals? I'm afraid if we don't explore other options, by the time we are able to open, we will have lost the dedicated, talented staff we need for our schools. Thank you again for listening to the concerns and thoughts of the community as we make these challenging decisions. Kate Windsor, children at Cortina. Although state and county bureaucratic agencies gave a one-size-fits-all guidance to opening schools, These are not mandated, and you still have a choice to either blindly follow or make the right choice for the Higley families that elected you into office. Your primary responsibility is to answer to the Higley taxpayer, not to teachers, unions, or government bullying. As a dedicated certified educator and parent, I have to do what is best for my children. I'm so happy that we have choices to make for our children's education. Because of past experience and belief, I chose to put my children in a public, in-person education. Yet, due to uncharted circumstances, I'm forced to educate my children in ways I never would have chosen via remotely or through another school choice. That is where the problem lies. Every parent in this community has a choice. I'm grateful HUSD still gave a choice with surveys with an in-person option and online. My fear is that choice I have chosen will not be available due to the district's decisions. There are so many options for online school, but we are limited with in-person choices. I don't want my choice of in-person learning to be intimidated by Ms. Hoffman's letter, which was not based on facts or data. I read the CDC guidelines and recommendations for in-person learning this fall. I have seen zero evidence that the state of Arizona or HUSD that learning on campus is dangerous. Each day, the numbers roll in that show that our children are not at risk and that cases in AZ are decreasing. They show us that children do not transmit the virus as dangerous rates. But since Kathy Hoffman says Arizona is not ready, will we just accept her opinion? My business gave me the opportunity to work from home a few weeks ago so I could be here to assist my children in their education. There is simply no way that they could attempt their learning and keep up their classes without me at home, let alone deal with the technology problems. Next week, as I head back to work, I am just trying to pray my kids can navigate their educational needs without me. They're full-time to help. I am at a place where if Higley doesn't allow in-person learning on 8/17, I have applied to a local charter option to pull my 3 children out of HUSD pending they will be open. I hate this, but I have to take care of my family first. I have seen firsthand the struggles of my children and and it is not something I am going to sit by and let happen further. I plead with you to take a stand for what is right for the families of Higley and vote to give an in-person option for students on August 17th. Those who are fearful of in-person have already been given the online option. As Hoffman stated, families will hold districts accountable. She is right about this, but wrong about why. Thank you, Kate Winter, Cortina parent, certified teacher, and HUSD substitute teacher.
Dr. Thomason, you've expended a lot of air. Just take a second and breathe, please.
This is my 3rd time reading these, so yes. We're almost done. I've got about 6 left, and all the long ones are done. Thank you, Mr. Clever. Next, Monica Coates, children at Higley High School in Cortina. Distinguished members of the board, Dr. Thomason and Dr. Foley, thank you for all of that you have done during this difficult time. I am a mother of 4. We have a Higley graduate, 3 still in school. Our family would love nothing better than to return to school. That being said, even more, we would like to return to school when it is safe to do so. Our family follows science and metrics. We have tried to make decisions for our family based on logic rather than the emotion. After listening to the state metrics and even talking to our own doctors and first responders and our own family, we know that waiting is the best thing right now. We love the staff and teachers at our schools. We worry about their safety as well as the safety of our own kids. I have big concerns about the tight spaces that our secondary students who are at higher risk are being asked to return to. We are compelled to look at the situation from a bigger picture than just ourselves. What am I concerned about? Returning too soon, shutting back down, and so on. We have seen this happen in multiple countries, and now in several states. This is what would be even more emotionally damaging to our kids. We have been We have been nothing impressed with our online program so far. Our kids are fine, their teachers are fine, and we will get through this. Please do not put our kids into a situation where they cannot sufficiently social distance while the Arizona numbers are so high. Also, please do not put our teachers and paras into that situation either. We have been impressed and proud of how HUSD has handled COVID so far. We trust that you will make the best and safest decision for school return. Sincerely, Monica Coates. Jennifer Gibris, children at Higley Traditional Academy and Williamsfield High School. In reading over the return to school plan, I disagree with the cafeteria setup and having children all face the same way. If we, as a general public, can go to a restaurant and sit face to face, why not in school? What do classroom setups entail? Will there be plexiglass on desks? If so, then why the masks? Also, my children has a hard time hearing people with masks on. Will teachers be in masks or will they be in face shields? Angela Janes, children at Sossaman. First and foremost, I want to thank each and every board member for their tireless, thankless hours you have spent during these unprecedented times to ensure the decisions you all make are as right as you can get for the safety of the HUSD family. The last survey only indicated two options, in person or online. Later we heard that if schools open, the online option for those who chose not to return to campus, in-person learning is still available, but it will not be interactive as it currently is. Our family is a high-risk family. We have chosen to keep our middle school son home to minimize any risk. We feel as though families who are choosing the online option are being abandoned by the district, basically telling us that since we are choosing the online option, we are not privileged enough to continue the interactive instruction. Our kids are now on their own, per se. Granted, our son is very responsible and can do this with minimal help, but enjoys seeing the teachers and interacting with his fellow classmates through the course interaction. Has anyone brought up the option to do live streaming to avoid this somewhat of a letdown? I understand that hybrid was taken off the table because of the budget, but you cannot tell me that with the amount of money within the state that someone hasn't solicited major corporations to fund the option to live stream classrooms statewide. I just don't want to be part of a problem of saying how this isn't fair for those who are at high risk without offering some sort of solution to this problem we are facing. This system that is currently in place is working. Thank you for your time. Stacy Abrilla, children at Bridges and Cooley. First and most importantly, I would like to thank the teachers, staff, and administration of the Higley District for their tireless efforts in preparing for the embarking upon the remote learning. I'd like to share some concerns and suggestions for the board and the district leadership that will assist and support our families while we are managing remote learning. Being physically separated makes connecting with classmates and parents challenging. I've seen and heard several parents desperate to connect with classmates and their families for support and interaction, but unable to do so because they don't bump into each other at pickup or drop-off. Please consider making school directories available for those who have given permission for their contact information to be shared. Consider allowing classrooms to share contact information and for classes to help families and children connect outside of their brief online lessons. Many families are struggling during this time and could use assistance. While the schools may not provide direct assistance, you can place links on local agencies on your COVID webpage. It would be simple to add a link to the county's resources page, for instance, to help families locate rental assistance, employment, and other resources that they may need. While we are on the subject of the website, please have your IT team convert all documents from Word to PDF on the website to make them readily accessible on all devices, irrespective of the operating system and application availability. I've previously mentioned that Word documents appear jumbled on mobile devices, and this was told and was told that the district is not allowed to post files as a PDF because ADA and IDEA requirements. This is simply poppycock. There is nothing in those regulations that prohibits the districts from posting files in PDF. Doing so will actually facilitate accessibility, not limit it. Files and announcements need to be readable, and they are not currently readable on mobile devices where most people view them. Please fix this by replacing Word versions with PDF as soon as possible. Canvas is a great tool. It's unfortunate that teachers were given a crash course and then required to figure it out in such a short period of time. The teachers have made a tremendous effort and should be commended. However, there are issues. Families are finding assignments difficult to locate. Secondary pages are not consistent with one another, which leaves students and parents having to try to navigate 6 or more systems and expectations. Kids are having to look in multiple locations and are getting emails and announcements and discussion alerts. This is too much for young kids to manage. Please make sure that teachers are getting the appropriate technical support that they need. Please have teachers use the system similarly and post and organize their pages similarly to help kids and families know where to find items and when they are due. Finally, and most importantly, as the board and administration are considering when and how to open our schools for in-person learning, please explore the benefits of opening first for younger students, especially elementary ages. Please consult the emerging body of evidence that demonstrates that children aged 10 and lower have the lowest risk of getting COVID, of having complications if they get it, and transmitting COVID to others when they are infected. If and when we meet the metrics for reopening, please allow the elementary schools to open and keep middle and high schools closed to ensure the district can manage potential outbreaks and to mitigate further spread. This approach would reduce risk to our teachers, kids, and families, while also getting the kids who need the most support back into the classroom, which will allow parents to work from home and or allow them to work outside of home during the school day. Older kids are generally more independent and need less assistance from their parents or caregivers during the school day as compared to little kids. Older students can navigate the technology, ask their teachers for help, and can safely be at home alone to continue the remote learning while parents return to work. The middle and high school campuses have more students and staff than the elementary schools do. They have kids changing classes and congregating and passing in hallways throughout the day and have many more kids at lunch simultaneously. It's clear that the elementary setting is a lower risk and it also creates a higher burden for families when schools are closed. Allowing younger kids back on campus first will alleviate serious burdens for our families and would be a lower risk than opening for all ages at the same time. We could monitor the trends to ensure the metrics continue to trend in the desired direction for a few weeks before sending the older kids. Thank you for your time and consideration. Albert Putzing, Children at Cortina Elementary. Given the lack of clear evidence that schools contribute to the incidence of community spread for many countries that chose to reopen their schools in May of 2020 and their intention to do so again in September 2020, why is HUSD choosing to keep schools in remote learning mode? Evidence suggests that the suspectability of students and staff contracting COVID-19 is not any different than other people in different professions or even the general public. Additionally, the rate of transmission between children and between children to adults is low, with most evidence suggesting that children contract the disease through exposure to sick and family members. Wouldn't this suggest that in-person learning is justified? 2 more. Lee Tonkovich, Children at Higley High School. Questions. 1. Will parents be notified in a timely manner when there is a confirmed case of COVID in my child's school? 2. Will students be subsequently quarantined if they were in contact with the confirmed case? 3. Masks lower transmission rates. Will Higley require students, faculty, and staff to wear masks? 4. If masks are not mandated, then seriously, why not? The kids have a dress code to follow. Final submission. Travis St. Dennis, student at Bridges. My kids are in K and first grade, arguably some of the most important years in their educational development. They aren't learning anything, nor am I an educator to know how to teach them the right way to understand these principles. Not only that, my wife and I work full-time. If Amazon can operate a distribution center with thousands of employees on the assembly line safely, or Costco can operate safely with everyone who said they are scared of this having no problem going to Costco or Target, can't we run a school for a demographic of science that has by and far deemed to be mostly not impacted by this virus? In fact, the infection rate of our youth is less than that of staph infections, and the death rate of negligible, to the point I can't really be quantified, that from the American Association of Pediatrics, Johns Hopkins, and the CDC. The three benchmarks that are used as a guide for deciding are deeply flawed. The false positive and over-reporting of the virus is grossly rampant and has been caught and exposed time and time again. A recent high-profile example of this was the governor of Ohio, who tested positive, then retested a few hours later, tested negative, or Florida, where they openly acknowledged that reporting of the death from a motorcycle accident was recorded as COVID. Arizona has its own stories and very concerning testing debacles. It is more than obvious that this is largely driven by politics. Please choose another demographic to hijack or political agencies. My children are not a political tool and will have lifelong repercussions of these selfish antics. All we are asking for is the option to go back and let teachers that want to go back with kids that want to go back, go back. Your online program is already established. If people want to use it, let them. Thank you, President Kaler, members of the board, for going through that with me.
Thank you, Dr. Thomason, for reading all of those for us. I know that was a lot. Take a breath, a drink. Appreciate your time on that. Okay, we're going to move on to our action and information items. In consideration, this is 4.1. In consideration of the recommendations and guidance issued by the Centers for Disease Control, the Arizona Department of Health Services, and the Executive Order 2020-51 issued by the Governor of the State of Arizona, it is requested that the Governing Board approves the first read of this face covering policy for all students, employees, parents, vendors, volunteers, and visitors of the district.
Second.
Any questions, comments, or concerns? I just want to thank Mrs. Reach and Dr. Foley and Dr. Thomason. I know we kind of had to put together a face covering policy. It wasn't very clear what we were given by ASBA. So we kind of looked at other face covering policies in other areas, and I appreciate you guys putting this all together for us. Mrs. Reese, did you have something?
I do. Just a few suggestions. Sorry, I had my notes and I walked out without them. I would like to ask that we make a slight adjustment in the general area. Item number F says individuals should wash their hands after removing their face masks. I would like to ask that we add wash their hands before and after. If they've been touching something else and they're then touching their face, washing their hands before and after, I think, is very important. I had one other. Give me just a moment.
And because this is the first read, we could make a change on it when it comes back, and then on our second read, we could go ahead then, make those changes, and then adopt it on our goal is for our August 12th meeting.
I apologize. Like I said, I walked out without my notes this morning. I will let you know. It was another small change, just like that suggestion.
Mrs. Reese, you could email that possibly, and then we would have a change then for our second read.
Absolutely,
Are
I
you
can
comfortable
email
with
it
that?
this afternoon.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We're going to go on to our 4.2, our information update on reopening schools. Dr. Foley, I believe, has quite the presentation, and with her other staff is here today. Dr. Foley, Mr. Witovich also would like to do a little presentation of cleaning at some point during your presentation. So when you are prepared for that, please let us know. We would be so grateful. Thank you.
President Kaler, members of the board, good morning. Thank you for joining us here this morning. We are going to start with some updates, and if you would advance to the next slide, please. I'd like to share with you what we're going to talk about this morning so that everyone understands what will be part of our presentation. And the agenda of flow here will include this. We're going to start this morning with a little bit of an update on clarifications on the distinctions between our remote and our online. One of the things we've heard from our community, we want to take a second to address some questions and misconceptions and have them also know that there are things that we're working on to help provide that clarity. So we're going to have a little update there that we're going to start this morning. We're then going to transition into our information. As we spoke at our last board meeting, we talked about collecting survey data from our community and from our teachers, our certified staff. So we're going to share with you what we've learned in that communication. At our last meeting, we also discussed the mitigation plan. One of the requirements per the executive order is a mitigation plan, and we're going to talk through this morning what that plan is looking like in a draft form for you to review. This would obviously be something that would go posted on our website with links and information connected to the sanitation responsibilities for physical openings of schools, and we've been making progress there. So this morning we'll have an opportunity to do mitigation plan, and Board Member Witovich, that might be a perfect place for you to share your thoughts, because it will tie right into that. And then we're going to talk about the information that we received from the Arizona Department of Health benchmarks and metrics, and discuss that together as well. So that's kind of the flow of what we've got going this morning. So just so that everyone kind of knows what we're going to be talking about in this section. So with that, we're going to advance to the next slide. And I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Susan Borzich, who we are so fortunate to have join our team. She started with us in June, and as I've shared with you before, on her first day, we said, "Hello, Susan. So glad you are here." She comes to us with decades of experience from Colorado. She has various levels of leadership and expertise in her career, and she has been a joy to work with. And so she is going to do some information, and we're providing some update, and you have myself and Mrs. Richards and Mr. Lotzenhauser, who will be chiming in as questions come up, because we want to be sure that we address misconceptions and concerns, and also talk about where we're evolving as well. So we'll start with Dr. Borzich on giving us a little update on some clarity of distinctions. We also want to share that some of this information has already been shared with our community. She's recorded a little presentation of this, although we'll do the live version here, as well as some additional documents to help clarify.
Thank you, and welcome to Higley.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Foley. I'm Dr. Suborzik, and currently serve as the Director of Assessment and Student Information here at Higley, and it's a pleasure to be here. President Kaler and members of the board, it's my honor to be able to present this presentation to you. and at any time during this presentation. Certainly, if you have any questions, we'd be honored and hopefully be able to answer those as well. So the purpose of this particular presentation is just to clarify the difference between remote and online learning as it has developed now and as it currently stands within our district. So we know a lot. Go back to that previous slide, please. Yes, we know that there have been some miscommunication, misperceptions, misunderstandings, perceived misrepresentations, and misassumptions that are associated with the communication around remote and online. And so we apologize for that. We want to take responsibility for being transparent, and so we want to listen to the community, we want to clarify here, and we also want the community to know that we care. We really care about what we're proposing and what we're putting forth in this uncertain time. We also want to then make sure that we are making a commitment to being transparent and to developing and providing opportunities for our community to have a deeper understanding of our options. Next slide, please. So over the past few days, as you have heard, we have received many, many questions regarding the differences between remote learning and online learning. And if we clumped them together, these are probably the categories that we have most received communication regarding, in addition to what you have already heard this morning. But primarily, there is some confusion around what is the difference between remote and online learning. Questions around why can't we just continue doing remote learning for the remainder of the time that we cannot be in person? What is FLVS? Will my child have interaction with their teacher in online learning? Lots of questions around who will teach online. What does that logistics look like? Will my child have the same teacher? And then questions around the robust piece. Is online instruction as robust and challenging for my student, or will my student be receiving the same educational experiences they would in the classroom? Next slide, please. So part of the confusion, I think, revolves around the way in which we use words that represent learning that doesn't happen in the classroom. So for example, we have heard the words virtual and remote, online and distance in reference to learning. We hear about Canvas, computers, technology, internet, and FLVS when we talk specifically about the educational components for students learning at home at Higley. And while each one of these words actually means something different, the fact that people use them interchangeably is partially why I think we have some of the misconceptions and misunderstandings that we do. So the purpose of this is to explore these a little deeper as it relates to Higley. So next slide, please. So how is remote learning different from online learning? First, it's important to define what it is. And you'll notice that both of these definitions, while worded completely different, ultimately mean just about the same thing. Remote learning is where students and the educator or the information source are not physically present in a traditional classroom environment. Information or teaching is relayed through technology, such as discussion boards, video conferencing, and online assessments. Typically, remote learning is designed to be an intervention that is not anticipated or intended to be permanent for long periods of time. So keep that in mind as we move through this. Compared with online learning is education that takes place over the internet or through the various use of technology tools. It's often referred to as e-learning. However, online learning and remote learning both can be considered distance learning. So that even complicates the matter more. Online learning typically, however, is designed to be a longer term or a more permanent option. So as you can see, the difference is primarily in their platforms and how they manifest themselves and the intent for duration. Remote learning is temporary, whereas online learning is more permanent. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, since remote learning is temporary, remote learning will end once in-person learning resumes. It is a temporary situation or a fix until the in-person learning is put back in place. We don't anticipate that this fix will be necessary for the entire school year. Whereas in contrast, online learning is designed to be in place for a longer period of time. It is designed to be consistent and could be in place from now to the end of the 2021 school year. So in a nutshell, online learning can actually be an extension, and is designed to be an extension of the remote learning environment and modality when remote learning ends and students go back to in-person learning. Next slide, please. So let's look at the distinct differences and similarities, because I think that will actually speak to what is different between the two. Remote learning at both the secondary and elementary levels, students are assigned to classes. They have consistent contact with their teacher. In elementary, this is more daily contact, whereas in secondary, it becomes biweekly due to the nature of student schedules. In some areas of our country and our state, some online models only employ synchronous learning, which means that the learning has no scheduled live interactions. They're recorded, and there's no live interaction or minimal live interaction with the teacher and the student. In contrast, our online learning is designed to have a combination of both, have a combination of live interaction with the teacher and also lessons using a recorded modality.
And some of our teachers are doing that now, right? They're doing live plus a combination?
Yeah,
That's
they
what I
really
thought.
are.
They really are kind of already doing some of this.
Yeah, and you'll
Right.
see, when we created this, we kind of had a clear distinction of what the differences between the two are. And what we have found is the longer that teachers are in remote learning, the more it starts to blend with this online learning. And you might be seeing some of that
I'm
already.
seeing that already. I see that they record things because they might not want the live video with the kids, so they'll record it for the kids who can't watch it. I'm seeing that with my own children. They'll record, but they won't put that one up. They will, they'll do the live session, but they'll record a separate one. So those kids, their questions aren't maybe asked.
Yes, yeah, and that's
And
one
their
of those-
faces aren't seen, I think was more the thought behind it, but I'm not sure. I just know that some teachers are choosing that way.
They're getting skilled with their ability to use technology. So.
Thank you.
So the reason that, moving forward, the reason that remote learning and online learning, or the way that they differ in this particular slide, is that if a student in online learning, if they were to go to online learning from remote learning, once our in-person school is possible, that the teacher is the big piece here, because the teacher in both elementary and secondary may change and probably will change for the students once they enroll in that online modality. And I'll explain a little bit about why that happens as we move on. Next slide, please. In the schedule of learning, students both have daily schedules in Canvas for either one of these modalities. The process of logging on and accessing their learning is the same. The only difference will be for secondary students may not have access in the online environment to all of the courses that are available currently in the remote learning environment. So our online learning environment, and it is difficult to, particularly with some of those electives in the secondary, to have access to those in an online environment. However, in situations that may come up, and it's hard to predict how this will play out, obviously, but we do offer concurrent enrollment if needed, but that's a student and a person-to-person decision with the school administrator regarding that availability.
Thank you for clarifying that. And some of these particular needs of our secondary for a graduation requirement, they really do, we encourage them to reach out to their principals directly, because as I've been told and I've been seeing, we are getting very creative with how we're making sure our students are still going to get those requirements online. Is that not true?
That is
I want to
absolutely
make
true.
sure
And
we are.
the people that know the students best are the administrators and the counselors who work with them on a daily basis at that school. So we feel that those are the people that parents can reach out to for those individual and specialized situations.
President Kaler, to follow along with that, one of the things we're trying to say is in this presentation, we will be very hard to globally answer very, very specific questions. And what we're wanting parents and students to do is after we clarify some generic components of this, to work with their administration so that we can figure out how to accommodate what we can and can't do. Because again, this is really important for us to be able to help individuals understand the options for their family. One of the things that, again, the number of we asked families to help us begin to get an idea of what they're thinking, because the staffing of this is really important. The hard part, again, we're clarifying, is that having an understanding of how many students drives our sections. So currently, right now, we're all in a remote learning section, or all in remote learning section. If we're, let's use a secondary classroom as an example. A teacher has multiple, a secondary, junior high, high school teacher has multiple periods. They may teach the same section of something multiple times. It's impossible for a teacher who is meeting face-to-face with students in person to also facilitate interaction with students online, unless they are doing something like a live streaming or those kind of things. And those are technologies, again, that we are looking at more. But when in our current platform, it's hard to do. You can't do in-person, hybrid, and online all at the same time. But I could, as a student, if I wasn't in the face-to-face portion, I could engage with what's going on online and interact with that teacher who may be in online interaction with me in the afternoon. So again, knowing how many drives our sections and availability for who can teach what and what electives are available. So we'll continue to answer or provide a little bit more distinction on that, but it goes back to the fact that one of the things that's important is that we have to declare for the state how these students are they chosen. Are they choosing remote / face-to-face? Or is it online? And how we report that is a requirement for funding and attendance, and a requirement that we have to adhere to.
Just to clarify, some of these electives are not being able to be offered because of a staffing issue.
Staffing,
and
or a curriculum issue.
A curriculum issue. So it's not that we chose what we chose or what we didn't choose. It was a staffing issue, and now that I think we have surveyed the staff, and that will be coming later, and that some sections could be opened up for other electives. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to jump ahead, but I know that we received an email from a student who is very concerned, and I put students' needs above a lot, and so I just want to make sure that that's put out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
And keep in mind, too, while we're all in a remote learning environment, there are electives that, while we can support their learning in those electives, it's not going to be the same experience, like marching band, for example. It's just not going to carry that same experience. When you move over into online learning, that might be one of those instances where you would concurrently enroll a student or do something along those lines because it's available but not available in the online environment.
May I just chime in also? I think same thing you said. We've gotten a lot of emails, particularly about electives. So thinking openly about sort of this live streaming is kind of appealing for some of these unusual classes, and we may have to think a little bit differently about it, because you know, I would hate for someone to force one of two choices when there might be a third that's maybe not, you know, that's doable for these cases.
Yes.
So next slide, please.
Sure. In reference to the classes offered in secondary, have we started utilizing any conversation with our community colleges, in fact, to go with us in reference to offering some of these additional classes that we're not able to do?
Yes, we've had some conversations about how that correlation and things would work with working with Chandler Gilbert Community College, especially in some of our dual enrollment situations. A lot of that still is going to depend on that need, how many kids we have out there, and that's why, once again, we're asking, go directly to your school and let's see what we can figure out.
And then that follows up with the requirement of, again, making sure that the teacher has the capacity to be the dual enrollment teacher. And it means, again, those numbers help us too with, we may have to offer some additional 6/5 and things. So the number drives the need, drives the staffing. And that's one of the things we're trying to figure out.
Okay, moving forward, this is a big question that we got a lot, particularly at the beginning of all of this, a question about teachers. And what are the teacher qualifications and so forth, and the teachers going to be the same in the online learning environment as they were in the remote environment. And because we are doing that and we're shifting with our staff and we're making those decisions, based upon where students are going to be, students in both remote learning and online learning will be taught by highly certified, unlicensed Higley Unified School District teachers. So we will not be bringing in any outside vendors or unlicensed teachers to be teaching those sections online. Next slide, please.
Do other districts utilize outside vendors that are not certified teachers? Do we know?
They may use other vendors, and to the extent of are they certified or not, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But that ours are going to be taught by our Higley teachers. Hence, we need to know.
I just didn't know
load.
if that's what you were getting at, that they, that an online would maybe not be a certified teacher. So I was just wondering for follow-up, because we have heard that question. Thank you.
And just another point that I'm hearing in our community too is that none of us were prepared in the East Valley for an online elementary program. So this is all new territory. I'm sure Mrs. Richards gets this every day. It's all brand new. And even though our secondary have had some online programs available to us, those two are not taught live and never have been taught live in an online high school secondary program. So if a student needs an extra English class from Chandler Online Academy and or Mesa, we did partner with Mesa this summer for summer school. There was interactions with the teacher, however, it was never a live teaching in secondary. And so I know that that has been a concern in our community, that they want that live teaching for an online program. I've never seen one exist yet. I'm really trying to go out there and look around and see, but it hasn't existed. So it would be double the staff, and I know that there's been a lot of suggestions on the live streaming the classroom. I know that there's some concerns about the technology, HIPAA, other children in the classroom being seen that don't want to be seen. There's a lot of things that go into this, and I know it's hard to explain that to every single parent out there, but I think that's the biggest thing, is that it didn't exist before, and now we're trying to scramble, and it's just not like, do it. I'm trying here to explain, and I know it's not what people want to hear, but it's just the reality of where we're at in education. And I know there are some school districts around us that have done some different online, they're trying different online situations. And again, it goes back to our staffing, our funding, our technology, our so many different things.
President Kaler, and I hear you about our high school piece. The colleges, though, did go to online learning when their physical schools closed. They went to live stream. You showed up in class at the time you were supposed to be in class, you just logged on. It was all live streamed. And whether you have this class, that class, you may log in at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then your next class may be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you log into that class. So our colleges and universities went to full live stream in the spring when schools closed. And that's why for months I've been asking, let's look at this. Can we do this live stream? Why can't we just replicate what's in our classrooms online? With that, our school days are set up consistent versus a university who has a class here and a class there. I also understand the difference of screen time as well. Like, do we really want our kids sitting from 7:25 to 2:30 with a lunch break and they're in front of a screen? I don't know the answer to that, but we can also reach out to our university partners and talk to them about their live streams. And that's how U of A, NAU, ASU, that's how they went in the spring. So not high school or middle school, I know that those online classes have been just the same as we've had, where you have some interaction. Your teachers are available, but it's typically not a live lesson. So, but it's out there. We have it local. We can check and try and see what we can learn also from our university partners.
And with that too, I know that they didn't have both going on. So they didn't have kids in their classroom and they were teaching online. And I think that's where we're getting that big question of classes going on with children in the classroom, where our colleges, it was just online. And so, and I see, like, that's kind of what we're doing right now, is that there's no students in the classroom, so the teacher just focuses on that online instruction. But then when we're going to bring kids back in and then trying to, that's where that technology piece, the staffing piece, and that comes into play.
These are very good points, because when you think about where we were when we started this back in March, the first thing back in March is that we didn't have a common learning management platform for the district as a K-12. We had Canvas at the secondary level, and we didn't have a common management system. So one of the investments our district had to make, and a huge lift we had to do, was getting a management system that would be K-12, because we heard very clearly from people that was a big issue. You know, the other thing is that we didn't have an existing online Arizona online instruction academy. So again, in order to have that, you have to have a curriculum that is a standalone curriculum, and quite honestly, and I know that and we're going to talk a little bit more about what Florida Virtual is, what it isn't. There are very few online curriculums that are aligned to the Arizona standards that have been approved for entities who want to be an AOI to have. Now, again, as we've talked before, this is a supplemental piece, how we use what parts, what pieces, whether it's in the remote setting. Again, this is a tool that we are just adding to the arsenal, and this year we did it so that everybody has access to it, because we don't know how long we'll be in remote or not in remote, or if we'll ever go back into remote. We still need to have those pieces. We also have talked about the fact that even when we return to in-person learning, the Canvas shell has to be continued to be a way that we communicate with families, because if at any point a student is, again, a culture of when we're back in the buildings, if we're not feeling well, we are encouraging people to stay home, to not come to school, and to not get behind, so that if I am in person, and I choose in-person learning, and I end up with being ill, if I'm home for 2 weeks, I don't want to fall behind. I can continue to stay up to date. And again, the Florida Virtual Curriculum allows us to have a library of resources. Teachers can enhance what's happening in the classroom for the in-person option. For the online option, again, there will still be our teachers teaching it connected with this. In some cases, our secondary teachers may be teaching sections of it live and sections of it remotely. That'll contribute a combination of both. So whether we're live streaming and recording it or recording it, how do we do that? So costs associated with this, we've had a huge lift of buying more devices since March, so that we can increase our one-to-one, because we were not a one-to-one yet, and we were working really hard to order more devices. So that's been a huge lift. The addition of Canvas, the establishment of the ability to be an online school with an approved curriculum in order for us to do that, have all been lifts that have happened since March. So again, now we're also, our IT and ET group, our instructional technology and our educational technology folks, IT and ET, are working together to look at what are the other live streaming options, costs, associations, tools, resources, so that we can begin piloting some of these things and cost analysis of some of these things, so that we can respond. Again, right now we have some live streaming capabilities at the Performing Arts Center in the Little Theater as well for specialty things. So again, working toward this, but quickly and fast. So continuing with the conversation of the curriculum is something kind of important for us to hit on, Sue.
Right, and if we frame our mindset around the idea that remote learning was one of the things that we experienced previously. Online learning in and of itself is something completely different and isolated and separate. We had to create a model here that we could provide some transitions and some seamless transitions and options for families, because it couldn't just be black or white. It has to be something that we can provide for families to have choice. So that's kind of why this online looks a little bit different than perhaps maybe what you have heard and spoke to, because some of those online programs, students have to be in online 100% of the time for the entire school year. We're trying to make it so that families can make choices and move back and forth, because that's what we heard was really important. So in curriculum, in both remote learning and online learning, teachers would be using the board-adopted curriculum that they're using now, the resources that they have available to them, and things that they're already using and have already been trained to use in the brick-and-mortar classroom. The difference between the online learning, and it really is flowing over into the remote learning right now too, because we've been in remote learning for an extended period of time, is that ability to access that Florida virtual system, that Florida virtual curriculum. So while that Florida virtual curriculum is not the curriculum that drives their instruction at this point, it is a resource that is available to them to pull from. It is a resource also that is created specifically for the online instruction modality. So we'll have some things in there that are specific to teaching kids when they're online versus teaching kids when they're in person in the classroom. And I think that's the important distinction to make is, online instruction, as you well know, as parents, is very, very different from online instruction in the classroom. And so sometimes we have to shift and use a little bit different strategy, a little bit different way to reach kids and keep them engaged. And that's where the advantage to the Florida virtual system lies, is that ability to access some of those best practices.
Can I ask a quick question right there? So the way I'm reading this is, for our curriculum, the way we have it spelled out for this, that our online option is different for the year of 2021 than it will be going
Correct.
forward. So we are trying, like you said, we are trying to mirror and match to allow people to flow in and out as needed as we can. There's limitations to that, but for the 2021 school year, and then going forward, when we refer to online, that is going to look very different. So
Correct.
our initial online platform is going to be more flexible for this school year than it will be going forward. While we don't know what conversations will be happening for the 21-22 school year, who knows where we'll be at that. But to make that clear, that online platform that we're talking about, you guys are working really hard at making as flexible and as adaptable as we can for just this school year, and then we'll have different options for next year. Is that?
Correct. I mean, we're really talking about three separate models here in the onset, because this online, maybe a better name for this online would be a modified online, really, because it is that transition piece between remote learning and true online. You're absolutely right.
When we transition back to in-person school, in-person learning, will Florida Virtual be available to all of our campuses and even those teachers who are in the okay, perfect.
Yep.
Just
Yes.
making sure,
Yep.
because I thought that's what I remember from
That's
a
what
few
you
meetings
adopt-
ago, but I wasn't. Now I'm thinking maybe it was only just an online piece, but it will be available.
That's what we approved this year, and we did
Right.
it because virtually we realized that to have an AOI, you had to purchase a full online curriculum that is aligned to the Arizona standards. And when we look again, this is each district who has a majority of them have adopted this because it's aligned to the Arizona standards. It comes, and there are two ways that this comes. You will see Gilbert is using Buzz, which is the learning management platform that you can buy if you're using Florida Virtual. That's their management platform. We already had an existing platform. We already had Canvas. So what it is it's a library that exists within Canvas that teachers can pick and pull created lessons for that are aligned to the standards to use as they should choose to enhance the remote instruction or the full online instruction. That doesn't mean that teachers aren't creating some of their own, but it gives them the same online tools that every other district would have had that had an existing AOI. So again, how much you use or don't use, it's a supplemental tool for all. For the online, it is a core program that we can supplement, again, part and piece. Our teachers are utilizing that, and they're using our standards maps and our curriculum guides and the needs of their students to figure out what part, what piece, and how to make the whole.
Our online teachers, are they able to use our other curriculums that we've adopted? Okay, so they are. I just want to make sure. I'm like, wait, is this saying they can only use Florida Virtual? No, they can use all the math curriculum we've already purchased, the new science curriculum that we plan on implementing, and our ELA, our previous ELA program. Okay, so everybody gets the same pieces. It's just how they're putting them together might be different. Okay.
And to clarify that we encourage them to use those same pieces in the online, because that's how we create that continuum that allows students to move back and forth between online and remote. So in a complete online program that's self-sustained, as you know, online instruction is a little bit different in terms of scope and sequence, and so the pacing and so forth in a traditional purely online program might be a little different than what you would see in person. So by creating this, we're creating kind of a combination of both, which provides the flexibility to our families who may need to move back and forth between the two.
And I think too, Mrs. Wilson, we did get some concerns like from HTA, because they also use Spalding and Saxon. And so that still gives the teachers that ability to use those programs online as well. So if a student is online, they will still have access to that specialty curriculum, because that's what drives the instruction on that campus. And again, I just want to make all that very clear. I know we've gotten several emails on that one. So.
And HPAL, I'm sorry, it's not HPAL. What is it now called? I'm sorry.
We can still call it HPAL at the bridges.
It's not HPAL at the bridges. What is it called, Sherry? Mrs. Richards,
Gate.
sorry.
It's
okay,
called
I'm like,
Gate.
I know it's not. I'm like, I don't remember it. Sorry. There's been a lot of acronyms that we're still trying to switch that one over in our brain. Gate. Okay, I will remember.
We're going to
Mrs.
have
Richards.
a presentation on that at the end of August that we're really excited to share.
So moving forward, next slide. Another big concern of parents, because it happens in very different ways, in very different situations at very different districts, but one of the things is that typically parents view online learning, and it has been in the past and is, a separate school. So the idea around, gosh, would I have to withdraw my student from one school to go to the online school and re-enroll them, and then withdraw them from that school if I wanted to go back to the in-person learning and remote, in a in-person environment, and that became very cumbersome, which was another reason why this online learning model is so powerful, because students their enrollment stays at the school that they're enrolled at. We don't withdraw them and enroll them in a separate school just because they have chosen to go in the online environment, which makes it possible then for attendance, grades, all of those things to stay constant at their school of enrollment and to provide a little bit of flexibility.
And again, that goes to this year being a little different, because when we talk about creating an online school, an online academy, which is what we're working toward, that we're essentially creating the online curriculum pathway there. This year looks different in the fact that we wouldn't unenroll you from your current school, because there are more people choosing this option than would historically, because of the fact that we're in a pandemic and we want that option for families to choose location. So again, this is an evolution of the idea of this year being a modified version of that online in the housing of you staying still within your own school.
Okay, next slide. Specialized support is another concern of a lot of parents, and these are when we talk about students with special needs or extenuating circumstances. In both models, we will service students with IEPs, ILPs, 504s. Those gifted and talented students will also have opportunities for enrichment and enhancement in both models. The only difference in the online learning model is because there are different dynamics, and I think Shauna can probably speak to that more, but there are different dynamics with special ed requirements in the remote learning environment as there is in the online learning environment. And so certain support structures will not be eliminated, but they'll be modified to align with the online learning environment and student proximity. So that's the only difference between the two models.
And I just want to, is Mrs. Miller here? Is she in the? I know that she was working very hard answering several emails that we received this past week and personally reaching out to those families. And so thank you, Mrs. Miller, for that. And I know there'll probably be more as it goes forward. But just reaching out to those families specifically, I think is so important, because I know we did get a lot of information from our families on that topic. So.
Next slide, please. Attendance is one of those that is probably not as important to parents as it is to us, particularly in the area where we work. Attendance is literally the way that we get funded for our schools. And so it's really important for us to pay attention to how that, not only how we record it at the school level and the teacher level, but also how we record it from the district. So here is, there's no difference whether students are in remote learning or online learning. Elementary students have daily attendance recorded by the teacher, and secondary students, once again, it's very similar to what they do when they're in person. Attendance is recorded by period. We report that accordingly to the state in the manner that's required under our distance learning plan, and that's how we get.
Our online attendance clerk, will we have a separate, not this year, I think it sounds like it will be combined, but moving forward, maybe next year, are we going to have our own online attendance clerk? How does that work?
Well, it
Thank
really, you know, that's
I don't know. I'm like, wait, how does this work? I know that our attendance clerks are working very difficult, right? Like their job is difficult right now with this remote learning style, because we're asking them to pull different pieces. Oh, did they see it? You know, did they come to the class later because brother had a class earlier? And we've kind of worked with parents, so I don't know online how that will go.
Online, it will still be through Synergy. So what that will look like in terms of staffing and personnel assigned to different, depends really upon the enrollment. If it's you know, when we move to that environment, if it's a smaller enrollment and that can be embedded into what we're already doing, that would probably be the case. But once again, enrollment would drive that as to exactly what that would look like. But it's all done through Synergy, so we don't have to buy any new platforms or do anything differently, and it's all reported the same through our student information manager. So.
And just as a reminder, the board has already waived attendance. We won't be sending letters for those who, we received emails about that. So for those who have longer absences, more absences, that we've already addressed that there's not punitive or any repercussions of that. We want to make sure our kids are safe. We want to make sure if they're not well, that once we return to in-person, that they're not coming on campus. For any reason, if they're ill, whether it's COVID-related or not, that prevents them from even participating in an online format, that those attendance concerns, we've already addressed them. They're not going to happen for this school year. So we did get some questions about that.
Just a general reminder, we've also suspended awards and recognitions for attendance also this year.
But just one thing to keep in mind, we do still have the 180-day mandate, and we still have to process through 10-day drops. So those are the only two attendance pieces that we have to be concerned with that we still have in place.
So some of those syllabuses that we're seeing from high school are just old, that say, talk about the 10-day, that you will not be getting homework and stuff. So just as a reminder to our community, those syllabuses, that maybe attendance clause might not be as important right now.
And again, this just goes back to communication with us, so that you let us know if your student is absent or sick. You just need to communicate with us the duration, so that we know that where you are, and that you're okay, and that your parent has excused you because we're worried about your health at this point. Communication with us just needs to continue.
Next slide, please. Standardized assessments, the most important topic and the most fun to talk about. But as far as assessments go, All students in both modalities will be required to take the standardized district benchmarks, which will happen 3 times this year, as well as the M2 state assessment that will happen in the spring. We will provide opportunities for secondary students to also take ACT. Of course, their honors and AP exams, as those would play out in the spring, and then any other required state assessment. At this point, we're all still required to take, whether we're in the remote learning environment or the online.
Thank you for that. Has there been an update, I think, Mr. Lotzenheiser, on the SAT being offered this fall? Have you heard any?
The ACT will be offered to students who were juniors last year who did not get to take the ACT.
Okay.
It will be offered this year as seniors. The date is September 22nd. We're just in the planning stages right now. I just attended a webinar on Thursday. So you'll be getting information sent out next week. Any student who had an accommodation for last spring's assessment that has automatically been rolled over, we do have an opportunity to enter anything that we need to for any new students enrolling in Higley prior to that test date. And because we are part of the menu of assessment Arizona testing component piece, while our date is scheduled for September 22nd, if we have students who can't accommodate that date, we've also been allowed to use the other 2 October dates as well. So that can be coordinated through the assistant principals at both of the high schools. And then we will again then have the spring testing date for our current juniors.
Can I just give a tip of the hat to the universities who have waived the SAT and ACT requirements?
Yes, my own daughter wasn't able to. She wanted to up her score and didn't happen.
Next slide, please. So to wrap up kind of our long-term plan for learning, once again, remote learning is temporary. It's our current situation now, but should this modality will cease once in-person learning resumes. Parents, of course, have been asked which they prefer, whether they want to send their school to in-person or choose to continue in a remote learning or more formalized online learning capacity once in-person learning resumes. And the reason, of course, as Dr. Foley had talked about, that's simply a staffing piece that we have to work through. But it is important to remember that the students will receive a high-quality education in either modality, and no choice is the wrong choice. We want families to be able to make that choice based on what's most important for their family at the current time. And we want to be able to provide those opportunities to students and their families so that if changes occur moving forward, that students don't have to withdraw and re-enroll, that we can make the transition between the 2 programs very transparent and seamless.
I think that's really important for us to remember, that whatever choice you make for your child is the right choice. And no one should judge you for that. That's the choice you need to make for your child. And I just want to really reiterate that. I saw a pediatrician came out and said, you know, if this is the choice you need to make for your child, for their health, for their well-being, that's the right choice. And just to reiterate that to our families, our community, whatever choice you make, you have a reason for it, and I respect that choice. And I think everyone up here respects the choice that you're making. And I appreciate the choice that you're making, and I don't need to know why you're making it. I appreciate it. So thank you.
So next slide, please.
Real quick on the long-term plan, and I know it's learning, and this is part of what Mr. Glover had said last week, though, is since we are keeping our online kiddos with their schools, is there a way we can provide some enrichment opportunities, some inclusion? I know some of the emails we received was, you know, my child is very much so about school pride. It's not their fault if I choose to keep them online, but some type of enrichment, some type of community feeling. Again, they can choose to attend or not attend, whatever that may be. But if we can look at that for the long-term 2021 school year online model, on how do we include some enrichment opportunities? How do we make some inclusion and let these kids still feel a sense of their school pride?
I think that's important, Mrs. Reese. You bring up a good point. It's just making sure that even our online learners are getting all the same emails from their home schools and the events, because it might be that particular student could attend something that the community or the school's doing. So just making sure we get all that communication out is huge.
And just so you know, in our distance learning plan that was filed with the state of Arizona, that was a big component that was included in that as well.
All right, before we move on, I want to make a comment. Well, first of all, I totally agree. The sense of community and a sense of belonging for just humans in general is really important. It's what separates us from the animals. That's from The Simpsons. It's all right. No, but I keep thinking about, and I've been thinking a lot about, like we've been reading all these letters, and some people have had some really good suggestions and things I hadn't thought about. I'm thinking about the people who would stay home if all the classes that they wanted to take were offered or all the electives were offered. I'm really thinking a lot about them. I would feel a lot better if we had some sort, and well, look, you look at the places where people are pointing to as examples of how we could safely reopen, and most of the ones that I've seen and read have been able to spread out and reduce the ratio of humans to adults or students to teachers, like a 10-to-1 daycare ratio. All right, humans, all right, anyway. But they've been able to reduce that. So, I mean, for me, as we're still thinking and playing our way through this idea of live streaming, allowing people to still see and sort of be part of a class, I really think maybe I haven't paid enough attention to it, but it is definitely worth talking about, because reducing the number of students on campus and being able to keep the spacing is really one of the things that most of the experts, I think, can agree on. Not all the emails that I got agree on that, but for the experts, I think, are saying that.
Next slide. So understanding that remote learning is not permanent, and online learning would be that extension to remote learning for families who don't want to send their students back to in-person learning right now, there is one particular instance where we might have remote learning and online learning existing simultaneously. Typically, those would not exist simultaneously. But if we go to the next slide, this is a diagram that kind of shows you when that one particular exception might occur. So our current reality right now is that we're sitting here in remote learning. It is hopeful that at some point in time, we would be able to offer that face-to-face option for parents again. So some parents will choose face-to-face, some parents will choose online. And they will operate side by side. If by chance something would necessitate a school closure again, to where we could no longer have face-to-face or in-person instruction, then those students who were in face-to-face would immediately move into a remote learning environment with their current teachers and their current schedules and back into that remote learning environment. Whereas those students who had selected that extension or that online piece, there would be no interruption from a school closure to those students. They would just continue on in that modality, moving forward through that school closure and through that reopening. And so this is where you'll see that third option pop in, is that at the end of the year, essentially what we have is we have some face-to-face learners who are in person, and we have some students who have opted to stay in the online environment throughout the course of the year. If students in the online environment at the end of the year decide, hey, this is great, this is what I would like to continue, this works for me, we would ask them to make a deeper commitment to that online piece and enroll in the Higley Virtual Academy, which then is that separate online school. It would become a separate school at that point. And then those students who didn't want to choose that complete 100% online option would then, of course, return the following year, hopefully, with face-to-face in-person instruction. So essentially then that online piece, that online transition piece, as of now, would disappear. Now we know that, these plans are always changing to meet the circumstances and so forth. But this is what, looking forward now, this is what we would anticipate to happen, all things stable. Last slide, please. So Dr. Foley, I think, addressed really what FLVS is. I know a lot of parents wanted to know what this FLVS was. One clarification I would like to make on this is a curriculum program. There are 3 different options when you purchase this curriculum program. Some people purchase it as a standalone independent curriculum for a standalone independent online school. And there is an option that doesn't allow you to have the flexibility with the FLVS program. In other words, you can't pull modules out and put modules in and do some of the things that we feel are, a big plus to be able to do with our teachers and be able to create that intermediate modified online program. So some people I have heard say, well, you can't pull things in and out of FLVS because they're talking to a friend perhaps who teaches with that curriculum. Please know that there are several options when you purchase the curriculum. The option that we purchased allowed the most flexibility. We can use modules independently, we can use units independently, we can adjust them, we can pull them in, we can use strategies from them. We can do all of the things that we need to do to be able to remain flexible in our district. Or we can use it as if we had a situation with an independent online program and they wanted to use that independently, they could also do that. So I think those are some of the things that we're hearing is just kind of a misunderstanding around what Florida Virtual is and how it can benefit our district and what we purchased it and how we can be really, really flexible in it and provide that as an additional tool to our teachers. And you'll notice that as the longer remote learning goes, as we dive into this Florida Virtual, the more you'll probably see that pop up, perhaps maybe in both modalities.
When do we
And
get,
it is aligned to Arizona state standards, and we were forwarded the documents that show that alignment if anybody's interested in seeing those. We have those in the office.
when will we get access to Florida Virtual?
Because of the situation and the demand for online tools, our actual install is scheduled right now for the 19th. We tried to get it moved up a little bit, but we're unsuccessful in doing so. But they guaranteed us that it would be installed on the 19th. Now, we'll have to take a couple days beyond that just to test how it works within our systems, make sure that we're not encountering a bunch of bugs that then would cause teachers and so forth to become very frustrated. So we'll test that in our environment for a day or so until we're absolutely positively sure we've worked out all of those kinks. And then that will be available midweek for teachers to explore. Teachers have been, our ambassadors and some of our administrators have already received the first 2-hour training in Florida Virtual. We have another series of trainings going on for teachers and coaches next week as well. So that training is continuing to happen in a test environment right now while we're waiting for our install.
Do we have one ambassador per site?
I'm sorry?
Is there one ambassador per site at our sites? Okay. I just want to make sure somebody's really knows their stuff at least one site.
And they'll be training their staff on a train the trainer model. So, but we're continuing to offer these 2-hour trainings as needed with certain content as needed as well.
Just a quick question. I get that there's been a high demand for online. When this was presented to the board to purchase, we were told it would be in Canvas on the 10th. Now we're almost 10 days later. I mean, literally right now, every day counts.
It does. Myself and the others were informed on Wednesday that would not be the case until the 19th. So we were anticipating Monday having everything ready to go, and we're informed that the delay is there. So again, this is we have been just updated on this as well, that they're slower in getting them in there. So again, going back to the fact that our online and our remote learning are utilizing our Canvas tools, and they're going to get there as quickly. Now the 19th is the date you gave?
Right,
the
19th. And with every system that they install this at, they have to make some adjustments, which is partially part of the reason that that we've experienced a small delay, is just because we have to create some programs that allow FLVS to talk to what we currently have in place. And so in order for that to happen, that has extended the time frame by at least a couple of days so that we can get those in place as well. And that also is why we have to test that in our environment for a day or two before we release that to teachers as well, because we always anticipate everything is just going to work seamlessly, and we all know in the technology world that's not necessarily the case. So we want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence before we release it to teachers, because we want them to be able to use it seamlessly without too much frustration whatsoever.
Member Weiss, we were also disappointed to learn that there was a delay.
Thank you. I know that we have gone above and beyond asking our teachers to learn and to pivot and to soak in so much information. And so I do appreciate at this time somewhat of the schedule we have for our teachers so that they do have this time for this training, because it's not just get it, boom. It's going to take some time to learn. And so I just want our teachers to know that we so appreciate they're forever learners too, and we're so grateful. So,
President Kaler, I would want to echo what you just said. Our teachers have worked so hard. They have learned so much. They have challenged themselves and are embracing this and are doing they are doing amazing things for our students, and we appreciate how hard they have worked and are going to continue to work to support our students in any modality and with whatever resources we have to the best of our ability. So thank you. We are very proud of our teachers, because I think one of the things that we saw as a theme in the feedback from our families was concern, wanting clarity, but there was a lot of praise for the teachers and how hard they're working. And we still also hear families who are concerned and who are having challenges. So we hear you and we understand that, but our teachers are working very hard.
rock stars.
Rock stars.
And I hear you too, Mr. Glover, and I think it is important however we can make these students that do choose online to feel just a part of our community still. And I know nothing is ideal. I keep saying that, and I know it's kind of, cliche, but nothing is ideal in this environment right now. And I know that parents have to make the best decisions they possibly can for their individual families, and we're just here to support them in that. And if there's something that we can do, thank you for providing your email too. We're all getting them. So just spreading out what we can do to help everybody out there. So thank you for this great presentation. Appreciate the clarity.
On that note, that last slide, I think, is a thank you slide. Just once again, reiterating what you have just said. It's really all of us working together that provide those opportunities for our students to learn, grow, contribute, and thrive. And even in challenging environments such as what we have been faced with this year, we can continue still to work together as a team and make this happen. So thank you very much for your support as well.
Thank you. And it's been 2 hours, so I think we're going to take a little break. Thank you.
Was she the?
Thank you for allowing us that break. We are going to move on. There's going to be some survey results, and we are a go. Thank you.
President Kaler, members of the board, we want to transition now into sharing with you the results of the survey that we talked about at the last board meeting. At the last board meeting, we spent some time talking about the fact that we would be surveying our families to get an idea of what they were thinking about, which led to the opportunity for us to learn more about where we needed to clarify, obviously, for instruction, but also to begin to help us get a sense of staffing, because the staffing is a really important piece. Remember, we started this year with our teachers as numbers and class sizes, and being sure that we structure this appropriately, and it can be a true puzzle. So we're trying to figure out, what does our staffing look like, because we have to also be fair to our teachers, because we can't ask them to do 3 things at the same time. So how do we do this, and how do we prepare for it? So we're going to talk a little bit about our survey results that we learned from our families and that we learned from our employees, and talk about some of the things we also saw, not only in their responses, but also in the comments and trends that we learned from them too, as sort of themes that emerged. Next slide. Okay.
President Kaler, members of the board, here are the results on a general view for the instructional model confirmation survey that we surveyed our families on. First thing I'd like to note, we had around a 65% response rate. So there was still 35% of our families that we did not hear from, or did not answer the survey. And so what that meant was we had 8,358 surveys that were returned on all the different levels that we had. So the first one, if you'll take a look, is the instructional model confirmation. If you see the blue part, which represents 49% of the responses, those were the families that indicated that they will return to our campus when we are able to reopen our campuses for in-person instruction. The orange piece is 26% are the leaning towards returning to campus. And so our choice was they wanted to know more about the metrics, but they were leaning toward returning to in-person. Our next group was 15% were leaning towards online learning, but they wanted to know more about the metrics as well. And those were 2 additional options that we added based upon the feedback that we had at our last governing board meeting. And then if you'll notice that we have approximately 10% of the responses said they will choose the online learning option. And for those, we consider those, they were that group, and that's the group that right now that our principals are looking at. And I know our secondary principals have met up, and I want to give them kudos publicly. They have partnered together to start looking at what this puzzle looks like and where can we expect to offer classes. And then the next piece would be, how are we going to align teachers to fit these models? But they have met and are working on it together. Because we know that, for instance, at the high school level, if we have a certain number of Higley High and a certain number of Williamsfield, it might be feasible if we combine them into a single online section and are allowed to be able to offer that to them as opposed to doing it independently. And so I'm very pleased at the progress that they are already making, knowing that this is a very giant lift for us. And these are the puzzle pieces we have to figure out. The second question that we ask is, we know because of the executive order that we are going to open on August 17th for those specialized situations and students who need support services. And I think at our next meeting we'll be addressing more specifically for you what does that look like, and I know our community is asking for that as well. And so if you take a look, 80% of the respondents indicated no, they would not be looking at that. However, we did have approximately 13% of the respondents say, yes, we are looking to do some form of that returning on the 17th in some capacity for support services. Next slide, please.
President Kaler, members of the board, I want to personally thank all the families for their thoughtful response to the survey, and their comments are important. As we're learning this morning, that when they email, or specifically when they put comments in these surveys, it helps us step back and think, wow, maybe we need to provide more information. And the presentation on remote versus online is the perfect example. So you'll see some themes in these comments. Masks keep coming up. But I'm glad that you guys are looking at a policy so we have clear direction of what we will do in our schools. But having those breaks will be important. We'll just have to approach them in a very safe manner. The other thing you see is people love their teachers, and their favorite thing is to be in person if at all possible. However, you're going to see a lot of statements about safety, concerns about safety. So as you read through those, I think one of the main things you see is that they want all of us to be looking at data, making wise, thoughtful, timely decisions. The other thing we've talked about is the social emotional needs. And it's hard for kids to be away from kids. It's hard for kids to be away from teachers and routines. Those relationships are key. I really appreciated some of the things Dr. Thomason read this morning. Like, it really got me. And I know people are hurting and we're all doing the best we can, but I think these comments show you how thoughtful our community is. And I think in our wildest dreams, we would never, ever be sitting here doing this. But over and over, I read comments of thank you. Thank you to you guys. Thank you to administrators, teachers, and everybody out there.
Mrs. Richards, I was just going to echo that every email was so kind and so thoughtful, and we just so appreciate all that. We're trying to be so positive, and I really appreciate that. So yes, I echo that they were and very constructive and very thoughtful, and things that we don't always think about were brought to my attention. So
ours as well, President Kaler. So we're grateful. And we're going to keep, backing up, restarting, changing, doing what we need to. So, next slide.
Good morning, President Kaler, members of the board. So the next portion that I'm going to present in relation to the surveys were directly to our certified employees. We intentionally did not survey our classified at this time, primarily because we had just recently made a number of phone calls to all of them, inquiring about their interest to work in alternative assignments. As Dr. Foley mentioned, and President Kaler, you mentioned, Wednesday's presentation will have a shift and talk a little bit more about some of the additional items that we've discovered related to the executive orders and the need to support these support services and what that looks like. So today I'm going to focus on the certified, and primarily those do encompass our teachers. However, we do have other certified, which is our SLPs, our speech language pathologists, our occupational therapists, our psychologists, other ed pros, and some administrators that are in there too that responded to the survey. So when you look at the pie chart, it's a little misleading as we talk about the next slide, but before that, you'll see on here that we have a large majority of individuals that did say that they're ready to come back to campus. And we had a small number, 9%, say that they only wanted online teaching. When you add the other two items together, it's 91%. Just like Ms. Richards, thankful for our certified who responded to this survey and very transparent and honest about their comments. I know some of you had access to them and probably saw a number of them. As we switch on to the themes, I'll talk a little bit more about that. But thankful that they took the time, thankful that they were open and honest. And I said misleading earlier because although our individual employees are saying that they want to be back in person, they're not ready to come back in person. So there's a disconnect there in terms of the choices. And we did get some comments in relation to would have liked to have had more choices in the process, in terms of saying, well, can we choose a hybrid, or I'm okay coming back, but again, I don't want to come back until it's ready to come back. And I understand what these metrics are that the Arizona Department of Health Services in alignment with ADE are going to present in the bigger picture. So next slide, please. So I read every single response that we received back from all of our certified individuals, and we had a little bit of some duplications, but removing the duplications, we did have 742, which is a very high response rate, because at any given time of the year, we can have anywhere from 730 to 750 certified employees. So at 742, it's a high number. Everybody participated. There's certainly a possibility of some duplications, as some were labeled anonymous or they did not put in their name in the response, which is perfectly fine. But out of all the comments that I read, these were the large themes of those comments. Wanting smaller class sizes. So what does that look like? You know, a number of individuals mentioned, could there be a hybrid possibility? In talking with Cabinet and talking with Ed Services, one of the reasons why we said that there couldn't be a hybrid possibility, and this is some of what we talked about in other surveying that we had gotten back from our teachers, was that they would then be doing duplicate work potentially, having to prep for in-person and then also having to prep for individuals that need assistance on the days that they're not in. As in addition to that, our understanding is that for those individuals who choose that hybrid option, there still has to be a location for them to attend to if they want to come in person on the days that they are not scheduled to be on that hybrid option, or come to a location in which they can receive support. Some of our surrounding school districts, to my understanding, had empty school buildings or empty spaces in which they could designate that would be their location that their students in that hybrid model would attend to. We don't have that luxury here at Higley. So we don't have a location to where if they chose on the day that they're not in that in-person session for a place to go, we don't have them a place to go to then still maintain some of those smaller class sizes. So that's something that is difficult. Earlier, I heard Ms. Reese and I think Mr. Glover talk about, well, if there's the possibility for this streaming, then maybe we'll have more families that choose that online option, and then they could then provide a potential for smaller class sizes. Ms. Kaler, I believe you mentioned earlier too, though, that's budget. You know, we're working with Mr. Holland. He's not here today, but actively working with him to look at all of our funds and all of our accounts to determine what monies do we have in this unique year that we could pull away for these one-time expenses. They wouldn't necessarily need to be sustained in the future, but paid and utilized now for looking into additional options, whether it's technology, definitely extra FTE. What else do we need to help sustain and make sure that it's the best environment that it can be for all individuals involved in the process? The next item is more mechanisms for diligence of safety precautions. And as we talk about the mitigation plan later, Dr. Fowler, Ms. Malloy, and Ms. Fulton will talk about, but wanting to know, am I going to get training? I'm okay with having to utilize some materials if I need to utilize materials to clean in between, but as long as you give me the PPE, you give me the sanitation products, and you teach me how to do it, I'll do my best I can. However, at the secondary levels, also needing some extra time is a possibility if the expectation is there to clean the classes in between, and what does that look like? Certainly thoughtful and thankful about adding staff, and this is a concern that you guys have brought up before too, but is one additional staff member really going to help? Is that enough? And again, it goes back to the larger component of budget and what we can sustain, and so we are actively, again, looking at, okay, what are our dollars, what are our availabilities, and what can we do with those dollars that we do have available? Can we look at additional FTE within support services and helping with the cleaning aspects too? Or maybe we can look at some of our other employees that are part-time and extending their FTE to help in those areas in addition to our current staffing that we have. A large item in what Ms. Richards mentioned in terms of masks must be a requirement. How are you going to keep me safe and make sure that I am safe? So The mask policy will be something that a number of our employees will appreciate. I do know subsequent questions, and I'm sure you've been asked of, and my colleagues have been asked of, is how do we hold accountability for those masks if students choose not to? So that's a deeper piece that we'll have to go into a little bit more, but also certainly educating and letting them know that this is what the district, if the board chooses to pass it at the next board meeting, the route that we've chosen to go, and it's important for us and why it's important for us. And if you're going to continue at Higley, this is what you have to honor in that process.
Mrs. Martins, too, that is an executive order straight from Governor Ducey that we did have to adopt some type of face covering policy.
Absolutely. And also going back to how can you keep me safe if I have 25 anywhere plus some of our secondaries, 30 plus students in a classroom. You know, there's not a way that we can physically distance. And we acknowledge that. If we're going to go back to in-person instruction and we're going to allow students to come back, we're not going to be able to safely physical distance in those classrooms, even with the addition of FTEs, if we financially can afford it for in-person. We don't have the space to then separate and divide classes from 25 to 10 or lower. So that's reality. And when we talk next week, I'll talk about some other realities that executive order, for lack of a better word, forced on us, whether equitable or not equitable, but what we have to do as a district. And some of that is these support services on 817. And if certified aren't working these support services because they're doing remote teaching, all we have left of our classified. And if our classified don't return, then we cannot support these support services. So what do? So that's a big challenge. And you know, just like the emails that all of you are reading, I'm reading emails too from our various employees, some that have copied me directly with copying you or sent to me directly or making phone calls that we're hearing. So we absolutely understand the challenge and appreciate that a lot of our employees understand that we're in a no-win situation and we've been put in this no-win situation. So thankful for them in the larger understanding and trying to do our best to accommodate the best way that we can if possible.
Mrs. Martins, I did ask several of my teacher friends I would like to hear more feedback from them directly, and I did get that. And that constant communication was, yes, we want to be back in our classrooms when it's safe. And that was the common denominator in every single email that I received. And they have concerns about even when, so a fourth grade team has 4 teachers and one is out, and we divide that fourth grade class into all the other, we're not going to have just 25 or 30 in that situation. We've done that practice in the past. And again, that was another concern that our teachers are bringing to my attention. And so I hear what you're saying, and I heard it as well in my letters that I received.
Absolutely. And some of that is kind of going to leaves and pay, and Mr. Glover brought this up at our last meeting in regards to the fact that we hadn't really talked about substitutes yet. We are actively working on it, and we have been actively working on it. As you know, sometime in the summer, you guys approved our contract with Educational Services Incorporated, ESI, who maintains our substitutes as well as our phased retirement program. And we've been working with them, and they've termed it now Rescue Subs. Ourselves, as well as another district, has inquired about hiring full-time subs. Our goal is to hire a minimum of 26 full-time subs that will work for us this school year and be housed at each campus to support and go in as possible. We know that even at 26, if we assign 1 per campus, 2 at the secondaries, maybe have 9 floaters, it's still going to be difficult and may not be enough, but we're trying. And we know that that's going to cost us another $400,000 to $500,000 if we do it for the full school year. So another budget impact that was not planned for this school year that we'll have to find the dollars to support. But we know that's important because we know that we have to have at least 1 additional person to help assist wherever they can possibly assist as needed as we go back to in-person instruction. Another thing I want to make clear too is a lot of employees seem to be confused about the Families First Corona Response Act, FFCRA. in regards to if they get sick, what happens. A lot of employees thinking that they had to use their own general leave time during that time period. And I want to clarify that for those first 2 weeks, and this is a federal act, so that's why you see other employers across the nation having this, is that for that first 2 weeks, if it's COVID related and they're sick or they've been told to self-isolate and or they have to care for somebody that they need to self-isolate and has been directed to isolate, they get 80 hours of paid time at full pay for that initial component. And then anything beyond that, there's some other components that can extend an emergency FMLA that's separate from the original FMLA enacted in 1996, the Family Medical Leave Act. This is separate of that, in which, depending on the qualifying factors that are related to COVID, there could also be a potential for 10 weeks of extended leave at 2/3 of their pay, so 66.7%. So I want to make that clear, as a lot of individuals felt as though they had to use their own time. Could there be a possibility that they have to use their own time at a later date? Yes, but initially they would not have to. Would it be ideal if we could give employees unlimited leave for this school year? Yes, but again, there's lots of other challenges and consequences with that too. So we'll have to kind of see how this year plays out. But the fact that the federal government did enact this FFCRA, and I think I mentioned at another board meeting that this is the first federal leave act in which employers have to pay their employees. All other leave acts that exist, individuals, it's unpaid, and they can use general leave, vacation, sick time, whatever that organization has to keep them in a paid status, with the exception of some components of military leave. So this is a unique position that all of us have put in, not only school districts, but also private employers and employers outside of here. So in terms of the last area, notifications of positive cases, we continue to work with the Arizona Department of Health, and will continue to follow the Arizona Department of Health or the Maricopa County Health Department in regards to how we are to inform people and when we are to inform individuals. As I've reported multiple times, things have been changing every week in regards to just the status of when you're out, how long you're out, if you have symptoms, how long you have to be out during those symptoms before you can return. Although we have no laid out plans for now, there'll be more discussion next week too, as we talk a little bit more about the school's reopening plan and how it applies specifically to this area. But there is the notion of primary contact and secondary contact still in regards to who gets informed. And then separately of that, just like with any other types of illnesses like hand, face, mouth disease, Arizona Department of Health are following those same guidelines in regards to how you communicate to others.
Yeah, I've seen across the country lately that what's happening is employees that have died, their families are suing the employers if they didn't provide adequate safety measures. So I've seen that starting to come about here. So just saying that.
Certainly, Mr. Witovich. We live in a world that can be very challenging, to where individuals really can seek suits for numerous reasons. We've mentioned this before, but we certainly have our risk management, we have workers' comp, and it would be difficult for somebody to see or prove that we were negligent and they were able to get COVID directly from here, depending on the circumstances. Certainly if it's in a classroom, there's some dynamics related to that, but it'll be really interesting to see if some of these cases get pursued and how they get pursued, and then what benchmark that provides for other places.
Mrs. Martins, I was able to read through most of the comments, I think. I was really happy the way you guys made them all anonymous for us. I didn't know who was saying the comments, but I did get to read through most of them, and this mirrors a lot of them, and I just appreciate that. I appreciate our staff being open with us and telling us exactly what they need so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide,
Thank
please.
you, Ms. Martins.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we had talked an awful lot about at the last meeting, and it's one of the things that's also required as part of this executive order, is a mitigation plan, a document in which you align what is your action plan and your priorities along with it's aligned to the roadmap for reopening schools. And so it's a document that you begin to implement. What are your processes and procedures? So you have a draft in front of you. Again, this is a working draft that we've been working on to bring this together. And there are some components that we're going to talk through, kind of like chapters, if you will, or sections. And so we are fortunate to have, again, Miss Felicia Malloy, who is also new to Higley, who also comes to us with decades of experience, and we are so grateful for her to join us. And so she is going to start talking a little bit about this, and we have Dr. Fowler and Jillian Fulton, our nurse, who will also be sharing some information as well. And Greg, Board Member Witovich, this would also be a time too, if with what your endpoint that you wanted to share would be fitting in one of these categories, wherever.
One of the things is we talk about, let's bring the children back to school. Let's do this, okay? It's okay to bring the children back to school, but we have to understand how we're going to clean schools, okay? Nobody talks about that. And when we say clean the schools, okay, so what is the cleaners? Okay, I mean, what is this brand of cleaner that you're having here right now, okay? This is the brand of cleaner that we're going to use in our schools. And I was looking through, I asked for what the teacher supplies would be. And over here for the board members to take a look at, the teachers are going to have a spray bottle, hand sanitizer, paper towels, face mask, gloves, things like that. And then I looked at, in addition to teaching, our teachers are going to be asked, it is recommended that the teachers will use this product. We'll mist each desk, spray each desk with this disinfectant, leave it for 45 seconds, then wipe it with the paper towels. That's the teacher's desk. Now, the high school students, as I look at this, if there's 20 students in a classroom, 20 desks, and it has to be 45 seconds, that's 900 seconds, that's 15 minutes, okay? That's just on spraying the desk, okay? Now, I was looking at the product. The teacher also is going to require to have gloves on at this time, also to have masks on. And when the teacher, you know, when we clean our houses, we clean them maybe once a day or once, however it is. You're asking your high school teachers to have this product 5 to 6 times a day. You're asking the teachers to smell these products 5 to 6 times a day. You're asking your students to smell it all day long. Now, I was looking at this product here on the side here, and it says it contains 8% hydrogen peroxide. Now, the catch is other, 92%. And I looked all over the bottle. No, it's not telling me what other is, okay? So I'm going to be spraying this on students' desks, not having a clue what it is. I am reading, this is what we fill the bottles with, that we dilute it with, and it talks about on the bottle here, it says hazardous to humans, domestic animals. It says may cause irreversible eye damage and skin burns, and then it says prolonged use will perhaps skin damage and things like that over prolonged use. I think teachers using it all day long is prolonged use, and children smelling it all day. If we have concerns about peanut allergies, we're spraying products that we don't know 90% of what is in that on a student's desk. And it says also on this product that if you come in contact with it, if it's wet, you are to not chew gum, eat any type of food, or may cause any damage to your clothes. So if your desk is wet, and it says you need to wash your hands immediately after we do this. So, okay, so you've got your teacher in here, high school. She's got 5 minutes, and I already told you it costs 15 minutes to wipe all the desks off. It takes 3 to 5 minutes for it to dry, is what the instructions say on this. So the students are going to come in between classes. Teacher's got a mask up, wash the desks off. Students are going to come in. Are they going to come down and sit next to the desk? And oh my gosh, if they sit at the desk and the desk is wet, They're going to have this chemical on their hand. They're going to discolor their clothes. Make sure they don't eat anything sitting at their desk, because if their hands are wet and the product is wet, they cannot put it up and eat it during their mouth and those type of things. So my concern is, you know, I'm all for coming back to school, but I'm concerned about products that we're using, and to keep our children safe and clean, and to expect our teachers to do this all day long. It just makes me extremely nervous with that, and it just and then in addition to that, what you're asking the teachers to do and the staff to do, I mean, we're just talking about cleaning a desk here, and it's going to cost 15 minutes of the day, and every time I walk in a high school room, I'm going to get the fresh smell of these chemicals, which 90% I don't know what is. And then in addition to that, I'm expecting the teachers to clean the door handles of the classroom, and it takes 45 seconds for that to dry. It takes 3 to 5 minutes. Light switches and drinking fountains and all these type of things. And this is in addition to the daily type of things that takes place on that. So I just wanted to share that with you in reference to that. I mean, I could go and every 45 minutes here I could sit, and I'd be more, if we're expecting our teachers and staff to clean the desk, I'll be more than happy to every 45 minutes put my mask on and clean your desk here. And then you will stay away for 5 minutes. And then if you sit there, then you're going to smell this for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Then every 45 minutes, I will spray it again for you, and make sure you don't get near your clothes, because it might discolor your clothes. But I'm just making a point. I'm not going to do it with you today, but I just want you to understand what you're asking the staff and the teachers to do. You're saying, yeah, I want the kids to come back to school. I want them to come back to school. But you know what? There's more to just bringing kids back to school. It's about cleaning and making sure it's clean, and we have the right chemicals and those type of things. So I just want, as we think about these things, as we think about maintaining the health environments, are we okay with this all day long? I don't know if I'm okay with having a child smell this all day long, okay? So I just wanted to share this with you today. Thank you.
Mrs.
Thank you,
Kaler.
Ms. Butovich. Yes.
Mr. Wojtovich, to be fair, you can get all the information on the MSDS sheets. That is actually required by the government. We have to have those on any chemical that we use. We have to have them on chlorine bleach. We have to have the MSDS sheets for everything that we have, which will inform you of those other items. So it's there, and it has to be kept by the facilities and everything else. And then there's a difference between the diluted and non-diluted form. And referencing the spray bottle is the diluted form, which once that product is diluted in the appropriate fashion, which the MSDS sheets will tell us how that has to happen, then it is a safer product than the concentrate. Just the same as if you get the concentrate Windex, you're not supposed to use that concentrated form, it's supposed to be a diluted form. There's a huge difference in the safety between concentrated and diluted forms. So I completely hear what you're saying, and I understand your point, but to be fair, we're not giving non-diluted anything to our staff to put in front of our kids that would not be deemed reasonably safe, and maybe even reasonably safe isn't the word. Maybe it wouldn't be deemed safe if we see the product provided does not require any PPE. So the diluted form is safer than the straight out concentrate that we receive. So there is a difference. I understand your point. As far as high school, to say it takes 45 minutes, yes, if that you were doing one at a time and waiting, if someone goes around and sprays the desks and a student walks in, grabs a paper towel and dries it, that's not going to take the 45 minutes. And so I completely get where you're coming from. I just need to state, to be fair, this stuff is not being handed to them in a concentrated form, that it is very different once it is mixed and diluted with the appropriate amount. And the MSDS sheets are required, and I'm sure that Dr. Fowler, anyone can get you those so you can see exactly what is in it, because that is required by law.
My concern is, like I said, is the smell of chemicals all day long with the students, the coming into the classrooms, like you said, the high school students, you're going to ask high school students to spray for the teacher, those type of things. Now, in addition to that, when the teacher gets done doing all this, it says on the directions they need to wash their hands. So in 5 minutes, the teacher needs to wash all these things off, then go to the restroom and clean up. It's not going to happen in what we're expecting. So perhaps that conversation on the length of time and those type of things. But my basic concern is the constant chemical use in our classroom during the daytime. Sure, it may, they may have all types of lists and the safety, but I don't know about you, but I don't want to smell something all day long, like these type of things. And I don't know about in my house, but I don't smell bleach all day long in my house. But it's the safety and those type of things. So
Smelling bleach all day long, welcome to kids, welcome to childcare, welcome to schools, welcome to hospitals. It's what happens to be safe.
Could somebody follow up and find out how many of our classrooms have sinks in them? Because I know some of them do, and so that would be, I don't need it now. I know you guys have no idea. I wouldn't know either. So I was just wondering if we could get maybe something on that. How many have actual sinks that we're allowing kids to wash their hands on? Thank you.
Good morning, Board President Kaler, members of the board. I'm Felicia Malloy. And before we get into the mitigation plan, I do want to point out that when this was noted that this is a requirement for us to have, the state didn't come out with a template, didn't give us any guidance on it. So we were left with the task of trying to figure out what is this mitigation plan going to look like. And if I could summarize how we came up with this, it's basically the work of our task teams that we had from the last board meeting, and it really is trying to put all of the information that we gathered in those task force teams and trying to put it into a concise document that we can update as the information changes, and as you know, it changes very quickly. So this is our first draft. I did do some Google searches trying to find some templates that are out there. So I think I found a template that allows us to put in the important information that everybody needs to know, but it doesn't have everything. If I put everything in here for our mitigation plan, it would be a book. And that book would change every day or at least weekly. So I do want to point that out. Some of the documents that we used to put this mitigation plan together, of course, we use information from the CDC, the Arizona Department of Education, Education Elements, Maricopa Department of Health, and the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching. Many of these documents were also used while we were in our task force teams trying to come up with this information. So I do want to thank all of our task force teams that helped to put this into one document. So we thought it would be good to start off with what are the HUSD priorities. And our priority, of course, the number one is our instructional options. So when you see the underline on this draft, that is actually a link that will go to a document for you. We do want to educate all of our staff and families about when they should stay home and when they can return to school or work. It is important for us to continue training all employees on our health screening and safety protocols. Posting signage, as you have seen through some of our board presentations, the signs that we're putting up on the floor, the barriers that we're installing at the schools. Today, you just approved the first reading of the mask policy. That's now a requirement. As you talked about, the ensuring that we have our cleaner school spaces with the intensified cleaning. What are the concerns with that? Disinfection and our ventilation. How are we going to sanitize our high-touch surfaces? What are those high-traffic areas? How are we going to monitor them? Ms. Martins was talking about how we don't have the physical space to lower the class sizes. Well, how are we going to handle hallways when all of our children are in there going from class to class? So these are all of our priorities that we are looking at.
That has definitely been one of the conversations I've had with multiple parents, is that passing period in our secondary hallways. What is that going to look like? If anybody has any weigh in on that sometime today, maybe we can answer that one.
One of the things too is that we are also going to talk about coming back and probably not the 12th meeting, but the 29th with additional updates on specific processes and procedures on all of those. Because one of the things we're looking at too is that there can be flexibility in those passing periods because of the instructional day, how we might schedule those. And there are a lot of ideas that have been generated and that we're working through.
You know, we want to pursue virtual events as much as we can during this time. We want to maintain our physical distancing, limiting group size, and of course we want to limit our non-essential visitors and volunteers and activities. Even when we do come back to in-person, I think a lot of these things are still going to be in place. So we still have a lot of work to do with this document, but I believe this is a very good start for us. So our first area, the areas that we have in here, we have promoting behaviors that prevent the spread, maintaining healthy environments, COVID-19 measures, and maintaining healthy operations. This actually comes from the roadmap from ADE. So what are we going to do? Two of the most very important things that we have, and I won't go into detail with these, Ms. Fulton will discuss these. We have our HUSD daily health screenings and our exclusion guidelines. We, of course, want to teach and reinforce hand hygiene. We want to teach and reinforce our face coverings. We want to ensure that we have the adequate supplies. You know, we're telling our teachers that we're going to have these items in their classrooms. We want to maintain those supplies. We don't want to run out. So that's the first section, which is our promoting behaviors. I didn't read every bullet. I don't like to read to you. You have that opportunity. But we'll go ahead and move to section 2 unless we have questions on that.
Just, Ms. Malloy, just one thing. I just want to take a moment to reiterate to the people who are watching that, well, okay, so like growing up, I don't remember my father ever taking a sick day. I think he was in the hospital once, and he didn't come home, and that's it. Like he went to work day after day after day, and we have to, as Americans, really rethink when we're not feeling well for COVID. If we're going to get through this and we're going to open and people are going to be around, we really have to just say to ourselves, okay, I am not going to work. Yes, I could get through it. I'm not going, or I'm not sending my kid. I've sent sick kids to school before, and we just have to really emphasize and ask the community to please, if you're sick, feeling sick, think you're sick, just do the right thing, please.
Especially with just a cough. And I think we've all sent kids with just a cough because otherwise our kids would probably be out for a long period of time. But if they just have a cough, you might need to think about and reiterate, well, maybe we need to take a day and make sure that it's just a cough or just allergies, what we thought it was.
The second area of the mitigation plan is maintaining healthy environments. And just want to, first of all, before I talk specifically, identify all of the members of our support services team that have been working extensively throughout the summer and continue to work to prepare and adjust and change and provide all the needed supports, including gathering PPE and making adjustments to spaces and doing all those things that we're talking about, and continuing to be flexible and change with that. A lot of these items are ones the board has already seen. I'm just going to highlight those again in the area of intensifying cleaning and disinfecting. Appreciate the board support as we've hired additional staff to work through the high-touch areas. That is a work in progress, and I've communicated with principals, and we're setting out those specific guidelines. We do feel that increased cleaning on those high-touch areas throughout the day is very important. And those services that get touched a lot with their increased visibility and on campus when those students return, that will be important process to that. And our training is ongoing, and we'll continue to make adjustments as we work through. In reference to the ventilation, and I've talked about that as well, we do have a very extensive system that was updated many, many years ago through Climate Tech, and we had a group, independent third-party group, come in and assess our systems, and they are very efficient, more efficient than most, and we'll continue to tweak and look at those, but we do have programs in place and systems that help to maintain those. And our summer processes include the evaluation and repair of those and maintenance of those. And so that continues to be ongoing, but we're in a good place there, and we'll continue to make sure that those are running efficiently. The third point was the water systems, and that's, again, part of our preventative maintenance. We have done a system flush at each campus, and we'll continue to do that every few weeks until students return, if that happens this year. Also, the water treatment system, that service began thanks to the board, and you're approving that RFP. So our closed water loops that feed our HVAC systems have been enhanced. I've been working very closely with principals at sites, and you can only imagine the pressure and weight that's being felt by our principals on our sites as they try to prepare their sites for the return potentially of students. And so I've had extensive walks and talks with them, working with administrators on revisions to their hallways in terms of routes and how to promote physical distancing. I want to thank our warehouse and print shop staff for providing physical distance markers and arrows and dividing markers and other visual aids that will assist in that on each campus as when the time comes for those students to return. We've talked about the cafeteria and the time involved in putting students through those areas in the safest way possible. We've examined and made plans for hand sanitizing stations and looking at ways to promote as much safety that we can bring to the setting, given the constraints that we also have. We also know that physical barriers are helpful, and we have already installed those in all of our front offices, in the reception areas, and continue to work and looking at putting those in places where needed. Again, related to communal spaces and cafeterias, looking at the intensive cleaning of those spaces and adding more lunches and increasing the time in which those spaces are used, and really working hard to meet as many of those CDC guidelines as we possibly can. Just in reference, and I want to thank and appreciate Mr. Rotovich's perspective and Board Member Reese's perspective as well. The classroom situation is one of concern, and I completely understand the points taken. It is true, Ms. Reese, in terms of the cleaner, it is a diluted solution, and it isn't the concentrated form. In fact, that's just our trained staff that actually uses that. And so when it's at the class setting, it's in a very diluted form. And it is true to leave that for 45 seconds, but we have done that in a class, and you can spray sanitize each desk in about a second to a second and a half. And if you go down the rows within the 5-minute time frame, it's reasonable to sanitize and wipe those, in that setting. We do know that the items also on there, just to bring reference, the spray bottle, the hand sanitizer, also paper towel, and the green microfiber towel are there for teachers' use, as well as information about the new disinfectant. It's the Facilipro peroxide, which was specifically chosen because this, in a diluted form, doesn't require PPE. We have included masks and gloves in the teachers' supplies, but in this particular product doesn't require the PPE, although we've provided it in addition. Also, some specifics in terms of how to use that sanitizer, and each of our plant foremen and custodians have been trained and will provide additional training if needed upon request. The other thing that wasn't noted but also is in there is posters for each classroom, one related to the requirement, and I know the county has required it, and I'm anticipating a board action coming soon about wearing face masks, also about washing your hands, which we know is extremely important in this time, as well as a poster about the symptoms of COVID, as per Mr. Glover's, my apologies, comment in terms of just being very aware. If you're not feeling well, it isn't that we're not in the day and age where we're going to just kind of tough it out. And if you're not feeling well, please stay home. And we want that message to be received loud and clear. And then another poster about stop spreading germs. And certainly as an educational institution, we know that our teachers will take full advantage and help to educate all of our students on these. I want to note that these are all items that our print shop is able to produce and produce very quickly and make available to all of our teachers. In addition, I wanted to note that there's a number of supplies and PPE that has been stockpiled in our warehouse, and we have an additional supplies that are available, and I had noted the amounts up there for board members as well to see that, and we're continuing to get additional masks and those items that we know that we're going to need. And so we are doing all that we can, and we understand that this is unprecedented times. When we're in a position, if we need to return, we want to return in as safe a way as possible, and we'll continue to adjust. And I appreciate the feedback and the suggestions. We agree that the safety of our students and staff is of utmost importance, and we'll continue to do and provide all that we're able to and support. And I know in my time as an educator, this being my 30th year, I can't remember a time where, coming to work and being in this role is as challenging as it has. The only time that I could remember that would be even similar was the morning of September 11th, as I watched the news and had heard that the first plane crashed into the tower. And as I was getting ready to go into my role as an assistant principal responsible for the safety of a campus, the second plane hit, and the rumors and people talking about they might be trying to take over schools or what's going to happen. That was more of an enemy and an attack that was more visible. This is an invisible enemy, and one that is probably as more so or even more menacing for our teachers and especially administrators. And so I reiterated with each of our principals that I am here and my team is here, all of support services, to support them. And please, this is not something that they have to do on their own, and that our entire cabinet is here to support them. And we really appreciate the support of the board as well. I can't imagine how difficult and challenging this is for you to navigate this, and we appreciate your support. But we will do what's best for students, for the safety of our teachers and staff, and thank you for your support in this area.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. Have we talked about maybe doing some videos, training for teachers and/or videos just to showing our community how this cleaning process may take place in a classroom?
President Kaler, yes, we have a couple that are already in process, are ready to go out, and a couple more that we're working on. So that is something that is in the works.
I think we're very visual people today, and just being able to see how that looks like for our teachers, our staff, our community, I think is super important. So thank you. Go ahead, Mrs. Wilson.
Last board meeting, I believe, we've had a lot of board meetings, so I think it was last board meeting you mentioned plexiglass was the new toilet paper. Have we been able to find, I think that's what was the words. Have we been able to find plexiglass? Are we able to secure more plexiglass?
We're still limited on plexiglass, but we have not given up, and so we'll continue to reach out. We do have a little bit of supply, but we're going to keep working on that.
Yeah, I was in a couple schools this week, actually, and last week, and I noticed that where the kids come up to the front office, there's no plexiglass, so we know that kids are carriers more than they are maybe having it. So for that person at that front desk, it might be important to have that side as well covered. But I did notice that as I was out, but I knew that plexiglass was the new toilet paper, so I was willing to, but I did want to offer that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, President Kaler, members of the board. I'm going to talk about the third section of the mitigation plan. I'm going to touch base a little bit on all of this. The HUSD daily health screening, that's a form that I believe you guys have already seen the questions that we ask both employees that comes up on their computer, then also the kids that right now we have going into Kids Club, and that will carry over to the services at the school coming in August 17th. Those questions are all symptoms of COVID, and have you been in contact with anybody that's been tested or is positive? And from there, we take those answers. If it's yes, they're directed to the health office, and my health offices all have processes and procedures of what we do from there, and inside that health office off those questions. And they're going home, and then off the guidelines that are also included in here, the HUSD exclusion guidelines, that helps formulate how long they're not at school, when they can come back. And every situation is different, and everything is a puzzle. So I take every situation and kind of piece it together, and that's how we get to those guidelines and figure out when someone can return to school safely. There's questions about if an employee is confirmed to have COVID-19, HUSD will inform local health officials, fellow employees of their possible exposure to COVID-19 in the workplace, will also be notified while maintaining confidentiality as required by the Americans with Disabilities Act, also HIPAA, FERPA, and both health departments and state and federal laws there. There's a lot of questions about if anybody is confirmed COVID positive and how someone is informed. And again, like I know Ms. Martins has mentioned several times, we're looking at close contact, secondary or primary contact, and secondary contact. And right now we're really sticking to that mainly for confidentiality, because that's how we're growing and rumors spread. So primary contact will always be notified, and that is in collaboration with the health department. So we talk, and then we'll notify. There's several ways of notification that right now, there will always be a personal phone call. I can tell you that was decided, but email, letters, those are being formulated by the health department now, and I'm waiting for those because they do have blanket ones that they would like us to use at some point. If an employee is diagnosed with COVID-19, they must stay home. I know Ms. Martins covered the Families First Coronavirus Response Act with that. Yes, they must stay home. And I want to include, obviously, students too. Also, something that has changed that came to my attention yesterday is, we've already talked about this before, it's been on guidelines and it's been off, but now it's going to be back on, that their siblings will be pulled also. Obviously, you would think that that was something we, would stay, but that goes back and forth. So that will be added again. Different, even if they're at different schools, it's the household will be taken for those 14 days on quarantine. When there is a confirmed positive case in the district, the area will be cleaned and disinfected. I know Dr. Fowler touched on that. And prepared to isolate and safely transport any student or staff exhibiting COVID. I can't stress enough a couple things of notifying anybody of your symptoms and telling somebody that you're not feeling good and you're not coming to work, and not showing up to work not feeling good. Please not sending your children not feeling good. That only makes everything, it affects everywhere that student or employee goes, and it's just gonna not be a good situation from there. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Yes, so I just kind of want to talk through, because I know our families are very interested in this piece of the puzzle. So if a student comes into the classroom and is showing symptoms, and later we find out that student did test positive, they were sent home, are his classmates considered primary or secondary contact, and is the teacher considered primary or secondary contact?
And that's that puzzle that I have to put together, because naturally, if we're sitting here just thinking visually of a classroom and every student in there wearing a mask and the teacher wearing a mask and or face shield, those are separate things in the mask policy, you wouldn't think that every student is a primary contact. Things change every single day. There was a point since March that all those students were not primary contacts. There was a point where they were primary contacts. We're back to they're not primary contacts. And as of yesterday, the way I'm interpreting some things, I still have my own questions. I think we're going back to their primary contacts. So that being said, and things have changed more than that. How long we're keeping people out. It's gone from 72 hours to 24 hours to 72 hours again. We're back to 24, for a fever or a symptom. We've gone from 14 days to 10 to 14 to now we're back at 10. So all of those pieces come into it. Where were those students? How long were they in the classroom before that student, the one particular student, may have been removed? Those are things that come into it too. Was it the first period of the day and the bell rang and they walked in and the student told the teacher, I don't feel good, and turned around and walked out and went to the health office? Those students aren't going to be primary contact. So there's so many things that come into that. But for the most part, at this point, as fluid as things change, I could say they would be notified as, right now, today, would be notified as a primary contact.
And that would same for the teacher. If the
Yes.
teacher was removed
Yes,
from
the
the
classroom
classroom, it's the
itself.
same, the classroom itself would be primary contact. As of today,
Yeah.
they would all get a phone call from
Yes.
us personally.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I think,
Go ahead.
oh. I was just going to ask, when we initially got our presentation, we were told that people wouldn't be contacted until we got the confirm from the health department. I hope that's changed, that if they see a physician have a test and they come with us with a test and they're notifying us that we're taking that and we are taking that they're positive and that we're notifying people, while at the same time the health department's being notified. Which, if we're waiting for the health department to come back and notify us, or for us to confirm that they have it, we keep talking about time is of the essence. That's too many days. So I'm hoping we will take notification from a testing laboratory, a physician, that that's a positive. Is that?
That is how it's working. So let me reiterate, when the health department gets a positive case, it's an electronic transfer from the lab to the health department. From there, that goes automatically into their system. I get information 9 times out of 10 from a family member, an employee themselves, a staff member that was told, and then it goes from there. So not very often do I even have to call the health department to get on the phone and confirm that right then and there when I already have all of that information. I have, and it's the matter of a 5-minute conversation. Somebody searching a name and a birth date that I'm giving, you know, who I am, where I'm from, the information, and we're confirming that. It does not take long to do that outside of the fact that I'm taking the information from the person themselves. Yeah.
Can we make our own policy on primary and secondary and not listen to the state and make it very strict? Is that possible?
Everything is possible with that.
Would that be
yes,
better
we could.
for you to make a stricter policy to keep it, I would say, if it's switching back and forth so much for you,
Yeah.
would it be better, is my question.
President Kaler, members of the board, I think that we should stick with the standard definitions that are utilized by the CDC and Arizona Department of Health Services. If we start making some of our own definitions for some of these things that could confuse our public, we can set strict standards using the definitions that are already out there with the CDC and Arizona Department of Health Services, but to set our own definitions for that may be confusing to the public and our community and even our staff.
Mrs. Wilson, were you asking, so you said some things are going between 10 and 14 days, back to this day, back to that. If we went with the more restrictive one and just said, this is what we're going with, even if they change it back to that, we're sticking with this, that our policy quits becoming so fluid that based on the most conservative, safest piece that we have right now, if we just say this is what we're doing and not worry about now it's 24 hours, now it's 72, now it's 10 days, now it's 14. If this is what we're going to do and make it the safest piece.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're asking? And not to
100%.
redefine what a primary,
Yes,
secondary.
Yes, that's exactly what I was asking, going between 14 days and 10 days and going with the stricter guideline of 14 days and keeping it with that. That's what I was asking, if that makes sense. Or if that is clear. And I know nothing's clear, everything's mud right now. So I'm just trying to help you because it sounds like you go back and forth a lot with, oh yes, now it's 14 days. Oh yes, now it's 10 days. Oh yes, and now it's 14 days. And I think that may be confusing our public as well because I honestly don't know and I get an update. So
yeah,
Dr. Foley, you laugh at me, but you probably are in the same boat.
President Kaler, members of the board, I understand where you're coming from in regards to trying to help with our consistency. The difficulty that I struggle with is that depending on the situation, the time, we will get challenges from individuals in saying that here's what's being presented now, and it could possibly be based on other medical data information that we're not medical experts on, right? So there's that dynamic. We have the dynamic of individuals who might challenge that. And then we also have the possibility of, depending on the time and the nature, there's an article that was included in our board presentation materials today. Could you then have potentially a department where you have a number of individuals out to where that department is not able to efficiently operate as a result too? So as much as it is confusing, Ms. Fulton and some of our employees that have come to us and asked questions, I have to say, give me a second, let me pull up the most recent data, and I pull it up and I read it. And it does make me perplexed at times in regards to why it changes so frequently, but I hope and want to rely on our medical experts that they're making the right decisions for all of us in that process. And that's why they're certified to do what they're supposed to do.
With that said, Mrs. Martin, how do we know from one day to the next what our policy is? Like, we go back to school, if things are changing and we're back in person school, well, today it's a 24-hour thing. Oh, next week it's 72. When do we decide that we're not changing, or are we just expecting our community to say, hey, well, our medical experts today, and let's just be clear, it just depends on what medical experts, because there's this, that, and everything else. Today they say 24 hours, so I'm gonna send Johnny home, you have to be home for 24 hours. But next week, Susie, I'm sorry, it's 72, now you have to be home for 72. We cannot possibly communicate that to our community for them to know what to expect. To keep our health aides up to date, what is today's rule? I hear what you're saying about following medical experts, but at some point, we need to decide what that is. And it doesn't mean it can't be reviewed. It doesn't mean it can't be reviewed on a monthly basis. But as a parent, as a community member, if we're back in school and I need to be prepared for my job, this and that, what happens if my child is sent home? What happens if another child in their classroom is positive? Whatever, I need to kind of know what to expect, not going, what's the rule today? So, I hear what you're saying, but at what point do we make that determination for some consistencies for our sites, for our health aides, for our community, for our teachers? And I'm probably asking just the same with everything else, an impossible question. So maybe the question isn't when can we do it, it's when do we do that?
Can I weigh in maybe a little bit? Maybe this is definitely something to talk with our attorney and seeing if other districts are doing something like this. I'm not quite sure because it seems like that would be a question of inferring what they mean today and how does that look for us, and is that something that we need to further investigate? I don't know. I'm just thinking that might be something we ask them to help us navigate if multiple concerns here from this board. So,
and one of the things I think from this mitigation plan, again, these are the bullet points that are literally aligned to what the roadmap has. I believe we need to come back with an information item specifically for you on what does the letter look like, what does the communication look like, and perhaps more formal processes for each one with the information that we have at this date, knowing that, again, things may change and we'll have a process for how we identify that update, but what will we communicate with people on the website right now about first primary contact, secondary contact, communication, what would that letter look like, and the amount of days depending upon the symptoms, the diagnosis, and the situation. So I think we will come back with a more specific plan in the near future for you with this, so that we can go through that with more artifacts and processes. Again, this is part of that mitigation plan with marrying the information.
That sound good, Board? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, the last section, section 4, is maintaining a healthy operation. Some of this has already been covered, but our ultimate goal is to protect people at higher risk for severe illness from COVID-19. Ms. Martin has already talked about that and the processes that we do have in place for that. We also are trying to encourage how are we coping with the stress. It's not just the stress that the children have, it's the stress of all of the adults that are working under this. We've never been under these conditions before. I think everyone I talk to talks about how they've missed that personal touch that you're used to having with people, and we're keeping distance from people, and we're not talking to people as much as we used to. So we're trying to come up with those coping strategies for our staff and for our students. We're talking about staggering and rotating schedules. How do we make this work at our school site when we do finally go back to in-person? And again, I know this plan doesn't have all the answers. It's a start, because I see the principals, I see the district staff, I see everybody just running around trying to figure out how are we going to make this work. And just as Ms. Fulton said, it changes constantly. So, we're putting it together, and I think we have a pretty good format to start with, and it's definitely something to grow with. We're trying to create static groups or cohorts. I know this is going to be talked about when we have our support services, so that the students that are together stay together so that we know who has been in contact with whom. We want to consider options for non-essential travel in accordance with state and local regulations. I'm in charge of all of the federal grants. Typically, people are coming to me asking, hey, can I go to this conference, this conference? Well, number one, there really aren't conferences going on. There are some virtual conferences, but when that starts to open up, we're going to have to start considering at what point do we allow our staff to go on this travel, and is it necessary at this point? We have designated that our site administrator is the designated COVID-19 point of contact. We don't want a lot of people to know, because of HIPAA regulations, what is happening with that. So that administrator at the school site is directly communicating with HR and communicating with our district nurse, Ms. Fulton. We want to implement flexible and non-punitive leave policies as much as we can in accordance with the law. Ms. Martin's working on that. We want to monitor our absenteeism, and the big one, how do we create that backup staffing plan? I know you're going to hear quite a bit from that with our support services that are supposed to start operating next week. Again, this is just putting it in here, what our daily health screening is, and then encouraging those who share our facilities that we need to adhere to our mitigation strategies. The things that we have put in place, we have put them in place for a reason and for the safety of our students and our staff and anybody who may come in contact with our facilities. And of course, notifying our community of any facility closures. So that is our plan as it stands today.
I was just wondering if there's any districts out there throughout the country, because we're talking about maintaining healthy operations. Any districts that when they begin to open, they open first with the kindergarten group for a week, and then the next week later they bring the first grade, then they bring the third grade. So perhaps like after 2 months, but the whole school system operates, because if you're bringing one group in first, we can we need to tighten this, we need to do this, the cleanliness, cleaning supplies, those type of things need to be addressed. And then we can bring the next group in, because I understand that the students that are having the most concerns with online right now is the younger ones. So why not start with the younger ones, start bringing back and see how it works and walk it through. I just wonder if anybody has across the country started staggering the population, because you know what, as soon as something happens, like, oh, there's some positive, if you shut down, you just shut down 1 or 2 grades, you're not affecting the whole entire student body, and they don't have to deal with going back online again, bouncing back and forth. I'm just kind of curious, do you hear anything out there as far as any school districts that are staggering as the students return?
I haven't heard of staggering, but I have seen there's other schools that have opened up back east that have had issues that they have determined that there's COVID cases, and I believe they have closed down the schools again. So it's an ongoing and certainly something we can look into.
President Kaler, members of the board, there are some staggering school districts that are happening across the country. One of the school districts that I know about specifically is the one my brother works in Washington. And so what they've done is to spread the students out. They've closed their middle schools and high schools up just to online. So the middle schools and high schools, and then they've spread their elementary schools out to where they got 1st through 3rd at a school, and then 4th through 6th are spread out to the middle schools and high schools. So that is something that we can look into.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
I
Mr.
just want to
Glover.
thank everybody.
No,
Like,
yes,
it's
that's a lot.
Saturday.
It's a lot.
And you guys are all here, so just thank you for coming in on Saturday. I appreciate
Yes,
it.
me too. Thank you very much for your time and all your information. And I think we are ordering some lunch because this is going to go through lunch. Just to let everybody know it's coming.
Yep. So again, the mitigation plan is something, a work in progress. There are more processes and procedures, obviously, that are being implemented, that are being finalized. So as we transition into the next part of our conversation, it will be about the benchmarks that were the health metrics and benchmarks that were just released. So you can forward to the next slide. And Dr. Thomason is going to take a second to talk us through a few things, and then he will navigate a little bit on the dashboard as well.
So President Kaler, members of the board, the metrics have now been out for a little over 36 hours. I can tell you within that time, I've attended 3 webinars and read everything I can on the metrics and the benchmarks that have been put out there. So there's quite a bit that's out there. There's more that's coming. There's more questions that we have also. So I can tell you that at this time, I probably can't answer all of your questions, but I do have a firm grasp on what's happening out there and can explain that. So first slide, please. Okay, I think okay, so the benchmarks. So the benchmarks have been broken up in 3 separate areas. So there's the minimal, the moderate, and substantial spread to the community. So you can see right here, there's 3 areas that we're looking at: the number of cases, the percent of positivity, and the COVID-like illnesses. So at this time, the second level of spread occurring within the community, or when both the moderate and the minimal are occurring, is what the recommendation from the Arizona Department of Health Services says that we can start to look at in-person learning. Next slide, please. So what does that look like? So let's just take a look at what we're talking about for Arizona. So the 3 areas are cases, and they've broken this up into 2 areas. The benchmark can be we're 2 weeks below 100 cases per 100,000 for the county, or a decline in weekly average cases for 2 consecutive weeks. When we look at specifically Maricopa County, where Higley Unified School District resides, we're going to see that we're getting pretty close to meeting the second threshold of declining weekly average cases for 2 consecutive weeks. The second area is the positive percent of those testing with COVID. So for 2 weeks, the percent of positivity has to be below 7%. And that does not include the current week. That's 2 weeks previous before you take a look at opening up. And the third area would be the COVID-like illnesses. And once again, we're looking at that 2-week benchmark for hospitalization visits due to COVID-like illnesses that are below 10%. And on this one, on the COVID-like illnesses, it's not broken up by county, it's broken up by region. And so we're in the central region that's going to include data from Gila, Maricopa, and Pinal counties at this time. I can tell you right now that the Maricopa County Health Services is looking at breaking it up much smaller and tighter for even within the Maricopa County. It's not available at this time, but we're looking at breaking it up into smaller areas. So what are we looking at? Next slide. So we're looking at the checklist that has been recommended for the by the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and then the Arizona Department of Health Services. So the checklist is right there. We want to reopen buildings, on-site services or in-person instruction that is consistent with the applicable state and local laws. And that right there goes specifically with right now the mask mandate. So we do have a local mandate on masks, and so we would be following that. And then the next three areas for the checklist include the metrics provided by the Arizona Department of Health Services. And it's the cases below 100 per 100,000. The percent of positivity less than 7%, and then COVID-like illnesses less than 10%. So, and then we have to adopt our mitigation plan, which we saw today, and then also take a look at different opportunities for traditional, hybrid, and virtual learning models.
Dr. Thomason?
Yes.
So you had mentioned that they were looking at trying to provide us maybe some more information. So we're stuck with Maricopa County, which is the largest county in Arizona.
President Kaler and Mrs. Reese, specifically at this time we are, but I can tell you that Maricopa County is putting metrics together. Right now it looks like a zip code area, but then they're trying to define it down to local school district area also. They're working on that as we speak. It wasn't available as of last night when I was on the conversation with several of my colleagues and Representative Udall from our area.
Because when you look at this, and I know several of us have probably spent a lot of time, I know I have, looking at this, our area, the zip codes that we serve, are not the same as other zip codes. And our zip codes that we serve, even with two larger communities, because we would have to take into account we only have a sliver of our boundaries within Queen Creek, but understanding people are coming from there. But it's all of Queen Creek in our zip codes. We have a large zip code from Mesa that's also in our district, and we're still at less than a 2% of our overall population who have tested positive for this. But we're not able to make those decisions based on their rules because it looks at all of Maricopa County. So when they say that local school boards wanted to make these decisions locally, is what I heard in a press conference, that we asked for this, that we wanted local control. Not kidding, press conference said, school boards asked to make local decisions for local control, but you're not giving us the tools to do that. You said that there's some discussion. If we're supposed to make this decision with this information, but it has to include all of our county, when are they looking at providing more localized information?
Vice President Reese, they're looking into developing those metrics at this time. I don't have an answer for the Maricopa County Department of Health Services, but I can tell you that the metrics you're looking at are different than the metrics that we have, and we're going to get into that in just a second, and there was some explanation on some of those different facts.
I'd just like to throw a comment in on this. We have to remember that the Higley School District is a school of choice. We are having students from all over Maricopa County come into our school system, as well as the employees that come into our school system every day. I don't know about you, but people travel outside our 4 or 5 zip codes to work and socialize, to eat, and those type of things. So for us to just look at the statistics according to what our zip codes are, we're out and about everywhere, and our population is out and about everywhere. So I just wanted to throw that in there, the school of choice and employees traveling and things like that when we take a look at the metrics, please.
And President Kaler, Mr. Otovich, thank you for that comment too. But even by zip code, the Higley Unified School District does not follow a zip code pattern. The zip codes that are within our district, we are less than 50% of any zip code that is in our district that we follow, including Queen Creek, including Gilbert's, including Mesa. And so the zip code pattern would not be beneficial for the Higley Unified School District to follow either. So we have specific boundaries that incorporate 6 different zip codes, and less than 50% of each of those 6 different zip codes are within our boundaries. We can take a look at that. Yeah, the next slide. So one of the things that we're also looking at too is the time frame for when we're looking at these metrics. So this is the part where I believe that we can get off base, because if you go to the Arizona Department of Health Services and you look at their data dashboard, that's going to give you incorrect information. There's a special separate dashboard just for schools and universities. Okay? And so the information that we're getting in the specific dashboard for schools and universities is delayed by 12 days. So it is 1 week of information. All of these metrics are broken up for 1 week. Okay? So when we take a look at the metrics, it says less than 100 per 100,000. That's 100 for the week. Okay? These metrics are broken down by the week. That is the percent of positive cases below 7% for the week. Okay, they're going to be different than the main data dashboard that you look at. That is one thing that our public and our community and everybody needs to know, is that if you're going to the main data dashboard and you're not having the information look the same, it's because it is not the same. We're looking at a separate set of metrics and dashboard. So at this point, we're going to look at the Maricopa County dashboard. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the 3 specific dashboard areas that we're looking at for the safely returning to in-person instruction recommendations from the state. Okay, so these areas, as you can see, the first area looks like they have met that requirement for less than 100 per 100,000 or 2 weeks declining. Okay, so that is a big statement. That is an or. Okay, so you can still see the numbers there. We're still at higher than 100 per 100,000, but you can see that it's been declining for 2 consecutive weeks. And once again, this data is almost 2 weeks old. Okay, the middle area that you're taking a look at, that is going to be 2 consecutive weeks with a percent below 7%. And you can see we have not made it there yet, and this is for the state of Arizona, but we're going to look at Maricopa County specifically in a second. And the third area would be 2 consecutive weeks for hospital visits for COVID-19-like illness below 10%. Can we go to the live portion of the Arizona Department of Health Services? So this is it. This is live. And you can see that we do have Maricopa County here. That is specific. That's the state, and then there we go, Maricopa County. Okay? So for the first metric, decline in cases or less than 100 per 100,000, you can take a look there that we've had declining cases for 3 weeks in a row, going from the 19,000 to the 12,000 to the 7,000. And it tells you that in the middle week it was 305 per 100,000, and then the next week is 173 per 100,000. So we've met that metric. According to the Arizona Department of Health Services, that one's a check, that one's a go. The second one, 2 consecutive weeks with a percent of positivity below 7%. So about 4 weeks ago, we were at 16.9%. About 2 weeks ago, we were at 13.2%. This is the area that we need to get below 7% for 2 consecutive weeks. We're not there yet. We're not even close. And then the third area would be 2 consecutive weeks with hospitalization visits for COVID-like illness in the region below 10%. So you can see on July 12th, we were at 12.7. July 19th, we were at 8.8. We have not met the metric because that is not 2 consecutive weeks. It's trending in the right direction, but we're not there yet. So, any questions on this that I can answer for you? This is Maricopa County data. This is not Higley Unified School District data or zip code data. I would also say, too, is that the one area is for the central region, and that is the COVID-like illness area. Let me make sure I'm correct on that one. One of the areas, decline in cases is for the region because they don't have it broken up by county.
Dr. Thomason, I don't know if you know this. I know in the state numbers, from the research that I've done, the positivity rate and everything that the state is doing and breaking down and all that includes our long-term care facilities. It includes hospice facilities. It includes assisted living facilities. It includes our prisons and our jails. And so all those positivity rates and the positive tests that are coming from those areas that aren't, they're in our community, but they have limited access. Also known to be a higher rate of positive cases because of the close quarters and everything else. I think everyone understands why those areas test higher. Do you know if there's any discussion, because it's not really community spread, those are specific areas spread. Do you know if there's any conversation of removing those to get a better idea?
President Kaler, Vice President Reese, those were talked about heavily in one of the forums that I was in too, but I would also like to say that in that same forum that I was in talking about too, they also talked about the percentage of negatives of individuals that have taken the test 2 and 3 times because of needing to go for non-primary or non-mandatory procedures for hospitalization or for care at the hospitals. And so they have also said too is that could detract, both of those things could skew the results, absolutely. Prisons, nursing homes, and non-required medical operations also. What is the word I'm looking for? No, what was the word they used before? Elective surgeries. There we go. Thank you. So on a lot of elective surgeries too, they brought that up in the same context of the nursing homes and the prison facilities too. Is that sometimes you have to take 2 or 3 tests for an elective surgery, and they say that we know the first one came back negative, but that's a week before surgery. We know they got to take it 3 days before surgery, and they got to take it the day of the surgery. They brought that up in one of the same conversations too, and so I do believe that. Quite honestly, a lot of the information we're getting is not going to be 100% correct, and I'm not sure there's a way to go ahead and make that correct, especially from a school district point of view of trying to deal with all of that.
While we're talking about that, maybe if I got the information right, ASU is opening up, and ASU is bringing people from all over the country and the world. And if I remember what I read right, maybe somebody could let me know if I did or didn't, that they're not going to publicize as far as their positive COVID to the public, or what are the numbers or something? Or
I didn't hear that they're not going to. I know they're testing everybody on campus, and anyone who comes on campus will be tested, as well as everyone who lives on campus housing. I didn't hear about whether they were going to publish the numbers or not.
I was just curious on that, because I just was wondering, because since we're across the field over here, that would be in our zip code area, with the high number of students coming here in the dorms over here on campus from around the country too as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, you know.
Absolutely. And then final slide. So this is the final slide for safely returning to in-person instruction. So one thing I would wanted to highlight is the Arizona Department of Health Services recommends that schools and school districts meet all 3 of the benchmarks at the county level. That's what it says at this time. We're hoping we'll be able to break that down to a more localized area in moderate or minimal transition categories for 2 weeks in order to begin the hybrid or in-person education processes. So at this point in time, I believe that Maricopa County has met one of the metric systems, but we still have 2 other areas that we're looking at. And then, I know I'm going to get beat up here, but it was very highly recommended by this superintendent that we meet the metrics before we return to in-person education. Any questions?
Dr. Thomason, for this very detailed document. And yes, does anybody have any questions for Dr. Thomason? Yes. Mrs. Wilson.
I don't have a question. I want to apologize to the community. I was under the impression that these were going to be mandates. So when people were emailing me earlier in the week, I was saying the governor will put out a mandate. I now know they are guidelines. Please don't email me further. I have now realized I made a mistake. I am sorry. I thought they were mandates. So I just want to apologize to the community because I did think they were going to be mandates, and this is what we were going to have to follow to come back. I've heard you loud and clear. They are guidelines. I see that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize, and I'm very sorry.
Mr. Glover.
Thanks. Just in case anybody was watching and they're not familiar with our processes, on our website there's a place called Board Docs, and so if you were interested in, I mean, you watched it on the slideshow, I guess, but if you wanted this, they could get it there, and you can have it there. But you know, even though you saw some green in some of those charts, please, people, we were here in May already. Wash your hands often and properly. Avoid crowds. Social distance, wear a mask, and if you're sick, stay home. And this is the way that the numbers will continue to go in the right direction, but we cannot let up at all. We have to be vigilant, and we have to care for one another.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Glover, for that reminder. Dr. Foley.
Board Member Glover, you're absolutely right. In fact, we have the entire document on the board docs, as well as, again, it's available online because our presentation didn't include the whole document. It had some of the recommendations, just as you've shared, and also kind of a little diagram about when we do return to in-person learning, the fact that these mitigation strategies are going to become the new normal, that this will be an ongoing piece. So there's other pieces that are also in this document that we did not go in. We're looking purely at what are the metrics at this particular moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Foley. And I know that the community is anxiously awaiting some further information from us this morning. I'm thankful to the ASBA that came out and said, here is a way that your boards can go into an executive session, and that's what we're going to be doing next. And this is a way for our board to talk openly and as a 5, because normally we can only talk to 1. For open meeting law violations. And so people have asked me, well, why are you going into executive session? This is ASBA has encouraged school boards to go into executive session and go dig and hash and review and all the things is one of my sayings I like to say. And so we are going to do that next, and then we will return. So I move that we move into executive session in executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A8 for the discussion and consideration of matters related to school safety operations or school safety plans or programs. Second. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries. We will return. Board approves the resolution COVID-19 district operations as presented, and I am going to read the entire resolution. I need a second. Second. Thank you. I will read the resolution and then we can have a conversation. Higley Unified School District Number 60 of Maricopa County, Arizona. Resolution regarding COVID-19 district operations. Whereas the Higley Unified School District Number 60, the district, closed schools effective March 16th, 2020, pursuant to orders from the Governor of Arizona and the Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction. And whereas subsequent orders and legislation called for the closure of schools for the remainder of the 2019-2020 academic year due to the outbreak of COVID-19 in Arizona. And whereas the Governor's Executive Orders 2020-18, 2020-24, and 2020-33 establish certain restrictions on public activities in response to the COVID-19 outbreak. And whereas the Governor's Executive Order 2020-36, the return order, was issued outlining requirements for businesses and other Arizona entities to assist in mitigating the spread of COVID-19 as they reopen. Whereas Executive Order 2020-41, 2020-2021 school year prioritizing kids and schools during COVID-19 was issued on June 24th, 2020. And Executive Order 2020-44, protecting public health for students and teachers, was issued on June 29th, 2020. Whereas Executive Order 2020-51 was issued on July 23rd, 2020, outlining the Governor's plan for reopening of the schools for the 2020-2021 school year. And whereas the Governing Board wishes to resume educational activities and business operations for the 2020-2021 school year in a manner that is consistent with existing executive orders, but with recognition that there are many unknowns about future conditions that affect the district's ability to conduct its educational mission and other activities, and that the current executive orders may be superseded or modified by future executive orders or federal or state laws. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Governing Board of the Higley Unified School District Number 60 of Maricopa County, Arizona, that the Governing Board hereby directs and/or authorizes the district superintendent or his designee to take the following actions to ensure that the district complies with Executive Order 2020-51 and the provisions of the Executive Orders 2020-41 and 2020-44 still in effect. Hang with me, folks. In conformity with Order 1 of Executive Order 2020-51, the Governing Board approves the return to in-person teacher-led classroom instruction beginning October 12, 2020, or earlier if the Arizona Department of Health Services, Maricopa County Health Department's public health benchmarks are met. The community will receive a one-week return notice when benchmarks are met. All benchmarks will be reevaluated at each scheduled Governing Board meeting. In the conformity with Order 2 of the Executive Order 2020-51, the Governing Board directs and authorizes the district superintendent or his designee to take the following actions. Ensure that a teacher-led distance learning instruction begins by the first day of the district's instructional calendar submitted to the Arizona Department of Education, and submit the district's distance learning plan to the Arizona Department of Education no later than the start date of distance learning instruction or August 14, 2020, whichever is earlier. In conformity with Order 3 of the Executive Order 2020-51, the Governing Board directs and authorizes the district superintendent or his designee to take the following actions. Arrange for a free site, online learning opportunities, and support services for students who need a place to go during the school day beginning on August 17, 2020. Develop procedures to help ensure that social distancing and other mitigation strategies are implemented for the free on-site programs. Pursuant to Order 3 3.d of Executive Order 2020-51 authorized the superintendent to apply for a waiver of the requirement to provide free on-site learning if the county health department, in conjunction with the Arizona Department of Health Services, ADHS, advises the district to close during a COVID-19 outbreak. In conformity with Order 4 of Executive Order 2020-51, the governing board directs and/or authorizes the district superintendent or his designee to comply with the posting and notification requirements described in Order 4.A-D. In conformity with Order 5 of the Executive Order 2020-51, the governing board directs and/or authorizes the district superintendent or his designee to develop, recommend, and implement a policy relating to face coverings and revise the same as needed to comport with new guidance or requirements from the ADHS and/or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In conformity with Order 6 of Executive Order 2020-51, the governing board has determined that it may continue to pay its employees during periods of school building closures based upon data and information provided by the superintendent and other sources that affirms that such payments are necessary to preserve a properly trained, qualified, and experienced workforce. B, serve the public purpose of protecting the district's investment in its workforce. C, are feasible because the district has sufficient revenues to continue such payments. And to be eligible for payment, district employees must remain committed and available to work during the employee's normal work hours during periods of school closures, whether the work is to be performed in person or remotely, or is alternative work for which the employee is qualified to perform. If the employee does not accept an offer to work in their primary role or in an alternative assignment, the employee will not be eligible for pay according to the committed and available to work status. The governing board authorized, number 7, I think I forgot the number. Was I reading the numbers? Thank you, 7. The governing board authorizes the superintendent to work with relevant governmental authorities to comply with all laws, regulations, orders, and guidelines designed to prevent the spread of COVID-19 as the district resumes its operations and activities. The superintendent may implement regulations or protocols to support such compliance. Number 8, the district's regular practices, protocols, and procedures as set forth in the governing board policies, administrative regulations, or otherwise may not be reasonable, feasible, or advisable to implement during the COVID-19 outbreak. Therefore, the governing board authorizes the superintendent to temporarily suspend compliance with or implementation of the same as needed to comply with applicable laws and regulations, orders, and guidelines, and to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the school community, and to efficiently and effectively operate district programs and services during the COVID-19 pandemic. Should the superintendent exercise the discretion authorized by this section, the superintendent shall provide the governing board with a prompt notice of the actions taken. Number 9, the governing board authorizes the superintendent to execute any further documentation to effectuate this resolution, including but not limited to requisite documentation required by the Arizona Department of Education or legal authorities with jurisdiction over the district. Number 10, to the extent that any provision in this resolution conflicts with or is superseded by enacted federal or state legislation or local ordinances, the district shall comply with those laws or ordinances. This resolution was adopted in properly noticed meeting of the governing board on August 8, 2020. The governing board hereby authorizes the governing board president to sign this resolution on behalf of the governing board. Comments, questions, concerns?
President Kaler?
Yes, Mrs. Reese.
So first, I want to start off by saying I apologize to anyone who took my comments at the last board meeting as not supporting teachers or thinking they're doing a bad job. That was the furthest from the intent of that comment. I think teachers are working so much harder for so much less time interacting with their students. I think teachers are doing great with the situation they've been handed. But I will stand by my comments that the remote learning method is not effective. Everything is emotionally charged right now because our worlds have been turned upside down and we just want some normalcy, and that starts with our kids in school. I want to thank everyone for all the emails I read every single one and understand each and every viewpoint and situation. I was able to reply to some, but we received so many I was not able to reply to all. That doesn't mean they were not read or taken into consideration. But shame on us for putting education and our kids at the bottom of our priorities. We would rather say, we say we would rather be able to go to our gyms, rivers, bars, amusement parks, and everything else before our schools open is backwards. We should be saying we need to look at our community and see what else we can do and what other sacrifices can be made just so our schools can open first. Our kids can go to Topgolf, they can go to Main Event, and they do, but they can't go to school? How backwards is that? I know our businesses and economy is extremely important and that we need businesses to open. I get that as a small business owner. It's tough. I think we should resume in-person school and give our families a choice. We know that the best method for most of our children is to learn in person. What the state and county has provided us as benchmarks are skewed numbers. From what I can tell, they include prisons and jails, long-term care facilities, hospice care, assisted living facilities, rehab centers, and other areas that would not be community spread. They don't provide us the number of tests being done in our area with our positivity rates. Maricopa County is huge, and we should not be held to the numbers of the entire county. Those who are afraid, at high risk, have high-risk family members, or just not ready to send their kids back on campus also have a choice of online education. There is room improvement for these options, yes, and I hope we can come up with something that helps all students. For a couple months now, I have been asking for live online classes that would mirror a typical day, that they just physically aren't there. For our littles, adjustments would need to be made. I'm not saying no one is going to get sick, that's just not possible. No matter when we decide to return to school, it's still not possible. Every time we go somewhere, we risk catching this virus. Unfortunately, this virus is here to stay. What each person's level of safe is different. People say, listen to the medical experts, but then you have local medical experts who live in our community saying it's as safe as it's going to be for our kids to return, and those who are saying it's not. Who do you listen to? Which medical expert is accurate? I don't know. It all makes sense and none of it makes sense. I am still in support for our teachers to make the choice they have if they're comfortable coming back into the classroom or working with the HR department to see what we can do to accommodate them and giving our parents the choice for their child if they should send them back to school for traditional in-person learning. I will continue to try to support our teachers and provide the resources we can, and to keep our heads up, love your job, love the kids you teach, and start each day new.
Thank you, Mrs. Reese. Mrs. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you for reading all the 2020-51s. As you were reading them, I was sad for you. So thank you for that. I've heard from many members of the community, like Mrs. Reese has said. My stance has always been kids first, and it will never change. This is an impossible decision, and it is hard. We are tearing our communities apart. There are the in-person and the other. I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. There's the in-person and the online, and I feel like the battle has begun. Please be kind. Whatever decision you make for your family is the right decision. Please don't be mean to someone else for their decision. We have many factors to consider today: the health data numbers, the mental health numbers, the community and staff data, the cost data, and all the other data that we've been inundated with for the last 10 days. Most of us have not slept. We've been tossing and turning every night over this decision and how to move forward in our community. We want to listen to everyone. We've heard everyone. I've heard everyone. I appreciate all the comments. I did not email everyone back, but I appreciate them. I read them, and thank you for all the data that you've given us in that form. Thank you.
Tobit.
I would just like to say,
we've gotten a great deal of discussion, many emails, and given a lot of thought and a lot of sleepless nights in reference to this, but I want history to judge me by my decision today and by what my judgment is and what my decision is by what is best for teachers and for students in this community. That is how I want to be remembered.
Thank you, Mr. Witovich. Mr. Glover?
Thank you so much. Well, I thank you. You guys are all well spoken. I do hope that we meet the benchmarks soon. And so I just, again, for the second time tonight, please do the things we know that are effective in helping us get back to meeting in person. So, wash your hands often and properly, avoid crowds, socially distance, wear the masks, stay home if sick, and don't go to any house parties or take that trip to Lake Havasu. And lastly, I think, be kind to one another. It has been a rough week. I've lost it. I lost it a few minutes ago. So, we're all, at the end of the day, we're all neighbors. And most of us are in the education business. We care about people. And so, you can blame us for whatever decisions or differences of opinions, but it's our opinion based on our judgment, based on, the fact that we care about our community and our kids and public education. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Yes, I echo the sentiments of my board members, and it's a no-win situation, and we knew that going into this meeting today, that there's not a win for education in this decision, and we did not take it lightly. I'm emotional fragile at the moment, I'll just be very honest, because of what we've been put through over the last several days, and we are human, and we love our staff, and we love our students, and we have family members that are teachers, and we have our very own kids are our students, and so to say that this decision was taken lightly is just not ever going to be true in this community or within this board that I truly have come to respect. So again, I want to thank our staff. We've asked so much from them, and I just appreciate everything they're doing. And I know it's harder work and more hours than ever before. I want to thank our families. Thank you for reaching out to us. Again, we appreciate every email, every comment, even if we can't agree on everything, we are thankful for you to be a part of our Higley family. I want to thank our superintendents and our secondary, elementary, maintenance, the entire district office. I know also has been working around the clock, literally, on so many things. We were just given these benchmarks on Thursday. It's Saturday. We are trying to turn things around and get things going. The person I will not thank today is our governor. I will not thank him for putting any of us in this position today. And I'm just going to end with that. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you and have a good evening.